hope that most of you know me, and I have the pleasure to know most of you. And also, I do hope to meet now some new colleagues and new friends with whom I haven't had any touch before. So, I'm the head of the Energy Efficiency Center of Georgia, and I'm also the coordinator of the project within which we have planned this meeting, and you will participate in it. The representatives from the stakeholders organizations as well as from the companies. First of all, I would like to ask you to give me a few minutes to make some technical announcements.
ესე იგი,
So,
თარგმანზე უკვე ვისაუბრეთ.
we already talked about interpretation. It is also important to take into account that this is the project financed by the EU and the UNDP. It is also very important, sorry, the United Nations. It is also very important to have some visual materials. Therefore, beforehand, I would like to ask you about the permission. I mean, the audio recording as well as taking some photos and images. If you mind, if you have any objection, please let us know. Okay, you can write it in the chat. And also, as it is the open meeting, we sometimes make the screenshot to have the photos of our participants. And if you have any objection, any protest, please, you can write or you can just turn off your the camera. So, and now I would like to ask all of you, except of the speaker, and now I am a speaker, to put your mic on a mute the mode, and if you find that the quality is not the good, then we may also ask to turn off the video. Because sometimes it depends on the quality of internet. And now about our agenda.
ვაზიარებ ჩემს ეკრანს და
Let me share with you my screen and let's go through the agenda. You can see it. It's in Georgian. So today we have quite intensive working day, and we have until the 3:30. So the first is introduction, welcoming remarks, then yes, first of all, from the group of experts, we have the welcoming remarks also. But first time, we have Mr. Sergey and Mr. Dmitry first time, our international experts who are engaged, involved in this particular the project. Of course, we need the international experience in the field of the industry development, etc. So, of course, we have quite impressive the experience of cooperation, including the projects about the renewable energy. He is in Norway, the North Energy, the consultant, and he's from Odessa, from Ukraine. So,
გარკვეულად კი არა, საკმაოდ კარგად იცის
so he knows quite well Georgia's environment, the situation in our country.
მიმართებაში. დეტალებზე აღარ შევალ უკვე
I'm not going to speak about the details because when his time comes to speak, of course, he will introduce himself much better. I just wanted to underline that we have very well experienced international experts today, especially in the former Soviet territory, the, including Georgia. Uh, our local experts, Mr. Nodar Kevishvili and Mr. Kote, you know them, and of course I'm not going to speak about them.
თვითოულ თქვენთანგანს მოგვიანებით ასევე
Later on, each of you have the opportunity to introduce yourself and I would like to ask you, when presenting yourself, just please underline those elements from your experience, from your life, which are related to the topic. I also see here Mr. Malfazadishvili, and he is from the program EU for Environment, and he is the coordinator of the national actions. And this program is the umbrella for our project. Umbrella, the program. Also, we have Mr. David Advadze from the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. Uh, and together with the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture, they are the major beneficiaries of our project. I am very thankful to all of you for coming and participating. So we have also the technical, the advisors here, Diana and Mr. David. Welcome. So that is just the introduction and very brief the information. Our technical party is provided with Ms. Oksana from UNIDO. We already know her, and it is so early there now. We are so thankful that they found the time to join us. We do hope that Ms. Tatiana Chernyavskaya also will join us. She is the project manager from the UNIDO. As I see, Tatiana is not connected yet, but oh yeah, Tatiana is. Sorry, Tatiana. And also, we have Miss Gabriela. She is also the coordinator, sorry, manager from the UNIDO side. Maybe it's time to start our agenda, the items from our agenda. According to the agenda, first we have Mr. David's welcoming remarks, but as far as I know, it is merged now in the presentation, and Mr. Malhaz will be speaking about the common position. Mr. David, Mr. Malhaz, please just confirm you hear me. I just would like to ask Mr. David, maybe he wants to make the welcoming remarks. Yes, we already talked about it. Uh, you know that the representative of the ministry, Mr. Malhas, and also from his previous job, he was very much connected and communicating with this type of the activities. So, yeah, I would like to give him the floor. Mr. Malhas, okay, but before I would like to give the floor to Ms. Tatiana Chernyavskaya, who is the project coordinator. And Tatiana, please, the floor is yours. Please make your welcoming remarks and some brief information about the resource efficiency project. Some common, some general view.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you. I would like to welcome everyone and wish you a very good morning today. Thank you for your interest in the training and resource efficiency as such. I'm speaking on behalf of UNIDO as a project coordinator of EU for Environment. It's an action, as George has already mentioned, it's an action funded by the European Union and implemented in 6 countries of Eastern Partnership countries. And in this program, UNIDO, together with other partners, is focused on ecologization or greening the economies of 6 Eastern Partnership countries, including Georgia. In particularly, UNIDO is responsible for resource efficient and cleaner production component of that program, also implementing principles and practices of circular economy and working directly with small and medium-sized enterprises to improve their use of resources, to increase their productivity and decrease the impact on environment. As has already been mentioned, at the national level in Georgia, we are managing this program directly together with 2 ministries, Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Economy. And the focus of our program and actually the core activities are now again, starting together with you, experts who are interested in developing their knowledge and diving into the methodology of resource efficiency, because for us, all our activities we are implementing trainings, and there will be assessments which you are going to be conducting with enterprises. There are going to be clubs of enterprises in different regions getting together enterprises. But all those activities cannot be done without actually knowing about what resource efficiency is, how it can be implemented, what are the low-hanging fruits, what are the higher level implementing measures, and how it could help businesses to sustain their activities, to improve their use of resources and improve their productivity and image at the end of the day. We are also speaking about the third component, which is very important for resource efficiency, which is social component. So impact on health of people, of communities is a very important aspect of this work. And speaking about the methodology, you will have a lot of discussions today and throughout the overall training program, but we are speaking here about preventing the negative impact of manufacturing activities. So that is also very important for our training and for our activities in every country. I would not take much of your time. I am just grateful that the interest is there. We have here experts, we have also representatives of businesses, of companies, and I very much hope that this training would be just an opening door for you to improve, to implement the solutions which the trainer is going to provide you with, and that would be helpful for you in the future activities of your businesses and in your professional life. I thank you again for your attention, and have a nice training today. Thank you.
უღრმესი მადლობა
Thank you very much indeed, Tatiana. Thanks a lot for the cooperation you have already established with us and already have done for promoting this project. And of course, I'm sure that you are ready to respond the questions if there are any from the side of our companies. The next is Malhas. Mr. Malhas was already presented by Mr. David. However, of course, he does not lack the presentation because everybody knows him. But still, Mr. Malhas, the floor is yours. And he also was the coordinator of the previous project for the UNDP in Georgia, and he has the, I would say, the very big knowledge, the big information around this issue. Mr. Malhas, very brief, I would like some welcoming remarks from your side. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much, Georgi. I'm not going to bother you. with my presentation. I'm presenting myself. Of course, and foremost, the project is very important here to be talked about. Uh, you remember the previous projects related to it, and now I'm going to share my slide with you. Yes, the previous project was the resource efficient and the clean production in Georgia. It was conducted in 2015-2016 within the program. It was financed by the European Union, and specifically it was implemented by UNIDO and the Energy Efficiency Project. The aim of this project was how to support the resource efficient the production, productivity, and the project itself had four major directions. First was uh, institutional capacity, strengthening of the institutional capacity. Malhas, sorry, we cannot see your slide in the screen. Just 1 second, let me try again.
კი ბატონო.
Do you see it now? Yes, 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 we can see it now. Okay, then let's continue. If you can see it. Yes, yes, we do. We do.
კი ჩანს.
So there were four directions. First was the training of the specialists and the strengthening of the institutional capacities. The next was the demo projects implementation and the technological support and awareness raising regarding the clean production and energy efficiency in Georgia. We, of course, had identified their priority sectors. It was the food production, the chemical industry, and the construction material. What we have done there? First of all, we prepared 18 Georgian experts in the RECP methodology. So, um, um, and of course, in the future, they already participated in these similar projects. They, by the way, conducted the special evaluation and assessment activities in the 50 enterprises. I mean, RECP, the evaluation and assessment. With regard of the demo projects, we already conducted the evaluation 18 demo the enterprises, also organize the trainings within those companies. We had the trainings for the individual specialists, also in the team companies. We had a very interesting visits. Then we assessed and estimated the capacities of those enterprises, and then the experts drafted the reports. The second direction, it is about the, again, RECP, the Croatia, Stavika, Spika, Hetikuta, and finally, it puts together 32 enterprises, about the 7, 8 enterprises in each club. So you can see also the modules here, which type of modules have been passed through during the trainings. And the third direction, that is the pilot projects. which is about the specific technologies. It's about the 18 pilot projects. And as a result, the And as a result, out of those 18, the pilot project, two enterprises applied to the banks to finance the pilot projects. So the fourth direction, it was the awareness raising. First of all, we of course drafted many different guidelines, articles, the guides, the RECP timers, the in the other cities, we conducted the fora. Um, so in 2015 and 2017, we organized two large conferences together with the um, different stakeholders. What we have achieved is a result of this project. First of all, 50 the SMEs participated in this project between 2014 and 2016. Sarini, Rustavi, Neutral, Ecoil, the Factory Kula, and others. Here you can see the outcomes of the project. First of all, annual saving 1.3 million lari, which is in the top box there. Also, the energy saving, water saving, the saving of the materials, resources, and of course the reduction in emissions, 5,723 tons of CO2. The discharge waters. I have one question. When you speak about 1.3 million euro, that is the sum, it is the total. Yeah, it is total. It is, it's like it is zero. Yeah, it is the total saving, 1.7 million euro. And you can see here the other savings, other achievements, including the energy, as I mentioned, water, as well as, by the way, it is possible to save the financial resources. Now about the key outcomes or results. First of all, we have raised the awareness that it is possible just to have the economic development and at the same time to save the resources. And we already have the quite the good the people, I mean the experts who really can work in this direction. And under the umbrella of this project, they had the opportunity to develop their new skills and the competencies necessary to work in this particular field. So they also have the possibility to provide the consultations to the enterprises. But of course, we also have some challenges, the problems which are posing the certain barriers to development. First of all, that is about uh, there are the different factors here. But first of all, we need to think about the possibilities. How to say there is no knowledge, there is no information how to do it, how to save the resources, and also the SMEs do not have their own financial resources and the relevant funding, and they do not have the adequate access to the relevant funding. Um, it is very important for the SMEs. However, of course, we all know that we have already achieved some progress in Georgia. First of all, the enterprise Georgia helps very much. It is the company which works in our country in this direction, and they provide some financial resources for some the startups and know-how projects. So that's all I wanted to share with you. At this current stage, the project it proved that, of course, the cleaner production and the resource saving is quite possible to be developed in our country, and we need to have an established green economy in Georgia. Now, about the ongoing project and its components, which in fact are quite similar to the previous projects. I mean, with the topic, with the aims, but of course, we have the different approaches here. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free.
როგორც ჩანს, კითხვები არ
As we
არის.
see, there are no questions so far. Anyway, Mr. Malhar, thank you very much. And people can raise the questions using the chat, or they just can turn on their microphone and put the questions. And uh, you know that we need more interactive the position here. Okay, now with your permission, I would like
მოკლედ მოგახსენებთ
just to say,
ხედავთ ხო ჩემს ეკრანს?
can you see my screen? Yes, I do. Yes, yes.
დღეს მიმდინარე
So,
ტრეინინგის
this is about the training which we have today,
პროექტის შესახებ, რომელზეც
and it is about the project.
უკვე რამოდენიმე მომხსენებელმა მათ შორის
And I also mentioned about it. Some of the speakers also mentioned about it. So I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Just draw your attention to the key issues. That is the EU4 environment, but under the EU4 environment, the regional project, and this for the Eastern Partnership countries, and we are implementing it together with the United Nations. You can see the program components here, what type of the possibilities we are witnessing we have here. And first of all, UNIDO team, which is directly involved in the implementation. And in Georgia, it is the EEC and also the Caucasus Regional Environmental Protection Center, which works on the circular economy and the waste management. So we have these five major issues here. And so Mr. Malhas already mentioned about the importance of the clubs, and coming from the objective, the realities, we are, let's say, lag behind to establish the clubs. However, we do hope that we will have very intensive development of them.
ასე ვთქვათ, მონაწილეები შეკრებილია, თუმცა შეხვედრა როგორც ასეთი, როგორც გითხარით, ხვალ გაიმართება. აქაც თავიდან მქონდა სექტორალური პრიორიტეტები.
Also have the sectoral priorities here, though. Together with ministries and UNIDO, we have agreed.
ხედავთ იმისა, რომ აქცენტს ავიღებთ კვების
Despite the fact that we'll put focus on the food industry and the construction materials, still SME will be given opportunity from other sectors, will also be given opportunity to be engaged in the club work, club activities, and they will also be represented in the clubs. The cycle economy and waste management. Waste mapping should be carried out, as I've already mentioned. The REC works on these issues. Also, the training program for Georgian experts. This is another component of the project within the confines of which we are working. You know that it was. You know that we have done. We have sought the experts. We have sought and selected the experts. Selected the companies, enterprises, and logical logical continuation of that stage would be resource efficient and clean production evaluation. And I very much hope that all the companies which are engaged in the training, which are presented here, will be active and will help us to complete this, to finalize the process, to carry out all the studies which will enable us, as Malchas has mentioned, which will enable us to elicit the potential and tentative outcomes. Tentative outcomes. So in case of this or that kind of activities, what will be the benefit? What will be the good of the company, so that increase their own competitiveness, to improve their image based on like environment friendly image, which is becoming extremely important during the recent years. So this is again the component of awareness raising. So already mentioned, tackled the issue of the clubs. Now, since we are lagging behind a bit, so that's the RECP club, so I don't want to talk about it any longer, about the components. I would like to mention one of the basic issues, which is very important for us all, for the participants of this workshop. We want this logical continuation of the previous project to amplify that, and to increase the number of the companies which will be able, which will have structural ability to evaluate their own resource efficiency, to further introduce the identified resource and energy efficient measures. Because in Georgia, there might be the SMEs might not be very much motivated in Georgia for environmental issues, but we want to strengthen this component with resource efficiency because it's cost effective, so that by the end of the day, of course, and thus they will reduce the adverse impact on their own local environment, and to use this environmental friendly factor or component to use for cutting down their own costs, to increase their own competitiveness, to use to recycle the waste, to use it as a secondary raw materials, and of course, again, cut down their own costs in their own production processes, in their technological processes. And I very much hope, once again, I would like to say that all the enterprises, all the companies will be very actively involved in this process, and also our experts, based on their experience, will support you to identify your potential to increase the production potential capacity. And SMEs acting at Georgia market, they will be able to contact to the right persons to obtain the qualified, to obtain the knowledge, expertise, know-how about this issue. Again, increasing awareness and knowledge sharing is one of the instruments which we try to use, and through the international, this is the international aid, international assistance, and we want to replicate, to circulate, to disseminate the information over these projects, to share the success stories, the successful cases which have been identified during our collaboration within the confines of this project. And Malchas has already mentioned that. The anticipated participating outcomes. This is, it is especially important during this pandemic, when the traditional markets, access to traditional markets, supply delivery issues and environment delivery supply environment has substantially, significantly changed. When the transportation environment has changed, sometimes it's delayed, etc., etc., and sometimes it's quite difficult to solve the administrative issues in online regime, but I'm sure that this all can be solved. And in order to creating internal potential and optimizing the internal potential of a company or an enterprise is the best way to overcome these difficulties. So it means that of course we should try to change what we can change in our way, in our path towards the energy and resource efficiency. Unfortunately, we cannot have impact on over many things. The state does its best to overcome the problems and difficulties, but we do not cannot have impact on many things, but through analyzing our internal capacity or potential, we can change, we can increase our competitiveness, we can adapt to this new situation. And of course, involvement of our experts is very important here. And first, I would like to repeat once again that very good example of all this is that during the previous project, so that but Mr. Kote and Nodar, who were the trainees previously, now they will be already supporting others together with our international experts, with Dimitri and Sergey. That was briefly about the project, and unless there are any questions, again, in order to save time, I would like to give floor to Mr. Sergey Fashevsky, so that he shares about the generic plans, specific plans, and about activities they're planning.
Thank you very much, Georgi. Please stop sharing screen, and then I would be able to load my presentation. Yes, my name is Sergey Fashevsky, and I'm very delighted to start this training program and to participate with my friends from Georgia. It's my pleasure to work again with the Georgian counterparts, and I'll do my best to share my knowledge and to help you to find savings and learn the methodology, very nice and interesting methodology of resource efficient cleaner production. So I'll start my presentation now. Could everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'll try to share my presentation.
Yeah.
And just a moment. Yeah. Well, I'm going to speak about resource efficiency and cleaner production. And now we are going to introduce the overall concept. And during this seminar, the first training session, we're going to touch upon the main concept, the core of the methodology. But first of all, we will start with the basics. What is it about? And then I have to revert ourselves.
Try to share your screen again with us. Unfortunately, we cannot see it right now.
Could you share? Could you see my screen once again?
No, not yet.
Just a moment. Yeah. Could you see my screen now?
Yes, we can. And if you can just put it in full screen mode.
I'll try to do this.
If not, Right. If not, also in this format is great. So
Mhm.
the slides.
Doesn't seem to work well, but now I'll try now this time with this format and see how it goes, because computer it doesn't want to show it in a presentation mode.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's 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 a new world for us, these online training, but the cleaner production is a nice thing, and resource efficiency, and I'm sure we will find the way through these small technical issues. So I want to get back first to a little bit to make a historic review, and how, because this concept didn't emerge from scratch. It was a kind of a development and evolution of environmental concepts, and at first it took some time for the nations to understand that pollution is harmful for the society, and we all remember that in the 1960s, 1970s, ministries of environments were established, agencies for environmental protection, and they started thinking what to do with the pollution, and the first reaction was basically is to make a taller stack, is to build a longer pipes, and to dilute pollution so that the concentrations or emission limit values would be lower. And then they stopped thinking that this is not enough, and the governments put some pressures, established new norms, and told to the industry that you need to clean the pollution and waste. So the next step was in the 1970s, when the norms came were introduced. Then the governments also required that we need to comply to these norms, and then the industry started to put filters, cleaning equipment, and things like wastewater treatment plants and things like this. And then the further stage of the development of environmental policy toward the industry was that start recycling. If you can reuse or recycle waste streams, if you could, for example, after the treatment, the wastewater could be used back into the process, then this is also fine. But it also costs a lot, because the wastewater treatment plant also consumes a lot of energy, requires chemicals. So the cost of the water that would be reused, put back into the production process, would be much higher than the initial water. So now we arrived to times which I remember already when I studied at university. We had this education on cleaner production, and we read new articles, and we thought that this is a very exciting idea, is to do a prevention of waste, and to think about what could we do to avoid generation of waste, of emissions of wastewaters. So it was a gradual stage development of environmental policy towards industry, towards industrial pollution. What actually is resource efficiency and cleaner production? The main thought behind this concept is that all what is not used effectively in production, all what is not converted into your useful product, all what could not be sold is useless. Why should we generate or produce waste if we don't earn anything from it? And it was important to realize that the waste costs, and sometimes it costs more than we think. We also we sometimes believe that waste costs something that we pay to the pay as environmental tax or environmental fee, but it is not, because we need to buy extra raw materials, we need to store waste, we need to spend some time, energy, water on producing useless byproducts, rejects, or waste. This is all our hidden costs, which could be actually accounted. So the cleaner production or resource efficient cleaner production in its methodology will always ask a question, where the waste is generated and why. Why do we generate waste? This is in difference to traditional conventional strategies where we accept waste, where we accept emissions, and we think what we do with them, how do we treat them, how do we clean them. Resource efficiency and efficient cleaner production thinks how to prevent waste and not how to dispose and not how to treat the waste. So there are internationally recognized definition of resource efficient cleaner production, and I would like to point your attention that it is key words to my mind about in this definition. It is, first of all, it is continuous work, it is continuous application, it is about prevention or minimization. And this approach to prevention, to minimization of waste is complex, is integrated. It's applied both to processes, to production processes, to your technological equipment, and to products that you produce, and also to raw materials that we used for our process. So again, the cleaner production or resource efficient cleaner production is about prevention or minimization of waste generation. It's about the effective or efficient use of your raw materials, about efficient use of energy, of water. It's about better quality of your production products, that you then enjoy more products could be used productively, could be sold, and less go to waste bins. And once again, resource efficient cleaner production, it's not a one-off exercise. It's a journey. It's a systematic application of and systematic work, systematic application of this strategy. We do this not once upon a time, but we should do this continually, so that we continually enjoy improvements, better efficiency, and waste prevention. But what is amazing, what is nice, delightful about cleaner production and resource efficiency is that it offers a mind shift to environmental strategies, because the conventional approaches where we treat, clean, dispose waste, it's always about extra costs. It's always about extra burden to companies, because Wastewater treatment unit would cost a lot of money because filters will need electricity, will need spare parts, and all this costs extra money. Whereas resource efficient cleaner production brings you savings, brings you economic savings in addition to environmental improvements. It improves your working conditions and do something better to your core production process. Conventional methodologies, strategies are not about actual production. They're often called end of pipe. They don't touch upon the process. Whereas this cleaner production is about improvement of your process practices. So it gives you synergetic effects. So once again, I want to emphasize that during this training program, we are not going to speak much about wastewater treatment. We're not going to speak about the cleaning of waste. We're not going to speak much about recycling of waste. We are talking about minimization, prevention, reduction, things like this. And we actually take a fresh look at our production processes. We look what we do, what equipment is installed at our company, what products we produce, what raw materials we utilize. Then we also ask ourselves how we are doing this. Are we effective in processing our raw materials? Do we have human factor that is responsible for some losses? Do we have right procedures or operational recipes? And then we also ask why waste are generated. Why do we produce wastewater? Why air emissions are appearing? Why? Are there any alternatives to the production process or to your raw materials and things like this, so that we would reduce or prevent generation of waste? So what I want to emphasize is that this is all about integrated assessment of your production, of your company, starting from production processes, from technologies, but not limited to this. We also look at management procedures, at how we operate. We look at how we what products we produce. Maybe we could do something in a different way. Maybe we could reduce packaging. Maybe we can use another materials in our products. All what could contribute, what could shoot the problem. And we are not alone. This methodology, this philosophy is existing, as I told, since 90s. And there are some standards, there is lots of experience generated. And actually companies, they report that it's possible with limited investments achieve significant savings for environment or environmental benefits, and savings for in terms of money. But there are some also standardized approaches which help us to do this assessment and analysis. And we will go later on in more details about these approaches, how to find opportunities for savings. And also there is some standard approach how a resource efficient cleaner production project is developed. We start from planning, we do initial assessment, we look into the current conditions, how much we lose at this moment, how much we pollute at this moment, and we look where we do this, perform a little bit. If we find a problematic area, which I personally call an opportunity area, then we look deeper into this area and try to find a source to a problem, source to a waste generation. And once we find an idea, we describe it, develop a feasibility assessment, look into technical, economic, environmental aspects of a opportunity, of a measure, and then plan implementation and implement and go back. This is about cleaner production. What is it about? This is an introduction. We will go in much more details, but so far, if you have any questions, please, here you are. Hello?
Madloba, Sergey. Madloba,
Thank you, Sergey, for this rather comprehensive and in-depth process analysis and survey. I hope that our participants will have a better understanding of what this process is, what it's meant by the clean production. If no questions, then let's give the floor to Georgian experts. But before that, I would like to ask you to, based on our online experience, let's have a joint photo. So please switch on your cameras. Smile, please. And Liana hopefully will be able to take this photo, group photo of all participants. As far as I see, almost all the participants have switched on their cameras. Liana, please. Please tell us when it's ready. Okay, you continue. Okay. Gradually, I will ask you to appear on the screen, but on your cameras. But now the following questions: the success stories of RECP in Georgia, Kote and Nodar, jointly. They have a joint presentation over these issues. Then Kote starts and Nodar will continue. Okay. Then I will also share my screen, my presentation. Please confirm if you see. Yeah. Again, we have full screen.
მოგესალმებით სულ ყველას, გახლავართ ენერგოეფექტურობის ცენტრის თანამშრომელი კოტე ბარჯაძე. კონკრეტულად UNIDOS პროექტში, რესურსეფექტურობის და წარმოების პროექტში ვარ ადგილობრივი ექსპერტის პოზიციაზე, ტექნიკური დახმარების კუთხით და ვეცდები მთელი ამ პროექტის განმავლობაში გაგიზიაროთ ჩემი გამოცდილება და ასევე მიმდინარე პროცესებში აქტიურად ჩავერთო და მე და ბატონი ნოდარი დაგეხმაროთ კონკრეტული ღონისძიების შემუშავებაში და ასე შემდეგ. სანამ კონკრეტულ
help you
მაგალითებზე
to
გადავაცვოთ და
develop
წარმოების
the specific
კონკრეტულ
activities and
წარსულ
measures.
კარგ მაგალითებზე და
Before we go
შედეგებზე, რასაც
talking
მოგვიანებით
about
ბატონი
the
ნოდარი
success
დეტალურად
stories,
მოგვიყვება
successful
საუკეთესო შედეგებს.
outcomes,
კიდევ ერთხელ გეტყვით,
once again, I would like to say
რაზეა საუბარი,
that
როცა
we are
ვეხებით
actually
დავუშვათ
talking about
არსებულ მდგომარეობას, ცენტრალური და აღმოსავლეთ ევროპის მდგომარეობა
Central and
არსებული
Eastern
მოგეხსენებათ
Europe. What
არის
is this
უფრო
existing
დამძიმებული
situation in
და
Central and
დროთა
Eastern Europe,
განმავლობაში ესე
which
იგი
was
იზრდება
quite
როგორც
aggregated and
რესურსებზე, ასევე
particularly
ენერგეტიკულ მატარებლებზე გადასახადები. ასევე ამასთან ერთად
taxes and
საწარმოო
payments
პროცესში
for energy
რაც
carriers and
თანდები პროცესი
resources are
არის,
growing.
რაც უფრო არაეფექტური არის წარმოება, მით უფრო
And
მოგეხსენებათ მეტი
less
რესურსი და ნედლეული ჭირდება
efficient
საწარმოს,
is
ასევე
production.
ენერგია
Of course, they need
და
more
რაც
energy carriers
იწვევს
and more
გარემოში
resources.
ზედმეტი,
Causes
ასე ვთქვათ, გამონაბოლქვის,
more
ნარჩენების
higher
წარმოქმნას,
pollutions,
ასევე შეიძლება ეს
emissions,
იყოს ნარჩენი
waste,
წყლები ან რაიმე სახის სხვა
discharged water, effluent
დამაბინძურებელი
water, and or
ნარჩენები, რაც
pollutions.
გარკვეულწილად ასევე დაკავშირებული არის
Which is related
გარემოსდაცვით, ასე
to
ვთქვათ, ეკოლოგიურ გადასახადებთან, რაც
the
ზრდის. და
environment-related
ეს
payments
ყველაფერი
and taxes,
ამძიმებს, ასე ვთქვათ, სიტუაციას.
which
კონკრეტულად
aggravates the
რა იგულისხმება
situation.
ნარჩენების ღირებულებაში და რა შეიძლება იყოს შემავალი ნარჩენებში. ეს შეიძლება იყოს, რა თქმა უნდა, პირველ რიგში, რაც საწარმოში ნედლეული შედის, ინგრედიენტები, რაც მასალების სახით გამოიყენება კონკრეტული პროდუქციის საწარმოებლად. ეს შეიძლება იყოს სამუშაო ხარჯები, ის შრომითი რესურსი, შეიძლება იყოს ადამიანურ რესურსზე საუბარი, შეიძლება ჭარბი ტრანსპორტირება იყოს გამოყენებული, რაც ჭარბი ენერგიის ხარჯი იყოს
energy carriers,
არასწორი
consumption,
მენეჯმენტის
excess
გამო,
transportation
შეიძლება რა
because of
თქმა
the
უნდა ჭარბი
wrongly planned
ენერგიის
management.
დანაკარგები იყოს
So there might be excess energy costs
სხვადასხვა საწარმოო პროცესის დროს.
during various
ასევე
production
ჩამდინარე წყლებზე
processes.
ვისაუბრებთ. საყენებდეს
Also
გარემოს ზრდიდეს,
water,
ასე
which
ვთქვათ,
is problem for the
გადასახადს
environment, which might
და
also increase
ასევე
with
შეიძლება რა
payments
თქმა
and
უნდა
taxes,
ჰაერშიც
land
იყოს
taxes
ემისიების
and
ატმოსფეროს ემისიების
emissions
ჭარბი რაოდენობა,
and
რაც
excess
ასევე
emissions,
ზრდის
which
გადასახადებს.
also increases the
რა შეიძლება მოვიმოქმედოთ იმისთვის,
What
რომ
can be done actually
უარესი
to
შედეგიდან დავუშვათ საუკეთესო შედეგი
go
მივიღოთ.
from
პირველ რიგში უნდა
worst
ეს უკვე
ever
ითქვა,
situation
უნდა
to the
გავიაზროთ, რომ
best
ნარჩენი
outcome.
ყველაფერი წარმოადგენს
We
იმას,
need
რაც
to
დავუშვათ
understand
მომხმარებლისთვის
that waste is
არ წარმოადგენს
everything
დამატებით ღირებულებას.
which is not
ესე იგი,
added
საუკეთესო
value
შემთხვევაში
for the user.
არის ის სცენარი, როდესაც არ გვაქვს
So the
საერთოდ
best
ნარჩენი, ანუ
scenario
თავიდან
is a scenario
ავიცილოთ
when we have but there is
საერთოდ
zero
საწარმოო პროცესში ნარჩენი.
waste.
პრაქტიკაში
So
ეს
when there
ძალიან
is
იშვიათია, რა
no
თქმა უნდა,
waste,
თუმცა
which of course is
თეორიულად
almost
დასაშვები და
impossible
მინიმუმამდე დაყვათ
in
შანსი
reality, though
ის.
theoretically it
და
is
პირველი
feasible.
ვარიანტი არის იდეალური
And
ვარიანტი, რომ კონდეს
the ideal
უნარჩენო
situation
წარმოება.
is that
შემდეგი ეტაპი შეიძლება იყოს
zero
შემცირება
waste
მაქსიმალურად, ეს შეიძლება
production.
იყოს
Or another
ენერგოეფექტური ან
scenario
ენერგოდამზოგი
is
ღონისძიებების
minimizing our waste.
განხორციელებით, თანამედროვე
Based on
ტექნოლოგიების
RECP,
ჩარევით,
using the most contemporary and up-to-date
მაქსიმალურად
technologies,
შემცირება
good planning, right, appropriate management.
შესაძლებელია მინიმუმამდე დავიყვანოთ. თუ ამის გარდა კიდევ შეიძლება დავუშვათ მასალების შემცირების უпростоრად ნარჩენი ნედლეულის ან თუნდაც ენერგიის გამოყენება, ასე ვთქვათ, ხელახალი გამოყენება იგივე წარმოებაში ჩატრიალება, ესე ვთქვათ, ამის კონკრეტულ მაგალითებს მომდევნო ეტაპზე გავეცნობით, თუ რა შეიძლება იგულისხმებოდეს კონკრეტულად, რეციკლირება უკვე გულისხმობს, რომ შეიძლება პირდაპირ სახით არ გამოვიყენო ნარჩენები, შემდეგ მოხდეს კონკრეტული ასე ვთქვათ ტექნოლოგიის ჩარევა, მაგალითის შეიძლება ვთქვათ, რომ შეიძლება გვჩებოდეს ბიონარჩენები, რომლის შემდეგ შედეგად ვაწარმოოთ, ასე ვთქვათ, შეიძლება ბიო დიზელი ან ბიოსაწვავი, რომელიც უკვე ცალკე პროდუქცია, რომელიც შეიძლება ასე მოვიხმაროთ, ან თუნდაც გავხდით, ასე ვთქვათ, როგორც საწვავი. და ბოლო ვარიანტი ყველაზე უარეს შემთხვევაში თუ ვერ ხერხდება ვერც გამოყენება, ვერც დაზოგვა და გვაქვს კონკრეტული რაღაცა მასა ნარჩენი, უტილიზაცია მისი მოხდეს ან მოშორება, ასე ვთქვათ, უფრო ყველაზე ნაკლებად მავნებელი გზით და ყველაზე უმტკივნეულოდ.
painful, least
აღნიშნული
damaging
პროექტის
way.
ფარგლებში
Within the confines of this
რას გულისხმობს
project,
რესურსეფექტური და სუფთა წარმოება. კონკრეტული
what is
ღონისძიებების
meant
შედეგი, აი
under
მიზანს
RECP?
რას ისახავს კონკრეტულ მიზნად.
What is
ეს
the
არის კონკრეტული
specific goal or aim?
ენერგოდამზოგი ღონისძიებების
Is this
მეშვეობით, ესე იგი,
through
ჩვენ
various
საწარმოში
activities,
არსებული ხარჯების ან
resource-effective
უფრო
and
ნაკლები
clean
ხარჯების
production
შედეგად
activities,
ვაწარმოოთ ან გავზარდოთ პროდუქციის ხარისხი ან რაოდენობა.
to improve the quality of the production.
გაცავთ, სხვაგან თუ ისმის დამიდასტურეთ, ანუ ეს ჩემი პრობლემაა თუ
ის კოტე.
იგი ისმის ხმანა.
They are checking some technical issues.
კარგით. იმედია პროექტი კარგად განხორციელების შედეგად შესაძლებელია რიგი, ასე ვთქვათ, ბენეფიტების მიღება, რაც შეიძლება აისახოს ნაკლები დანახარჯებით მეტი შემოსავლის მიღება. დაბინძურების დონის შემცირება, რა თქმა უნდა, თანმდევი პროცესი არის, ნარჩენების მოცულობის შემცირებაც, რაც უკავშირდება ასევე ნარჩენებზე გადასახადებს და
having less waste,
მის
which is also
შემცირებას,
related to the
სამუშაო
less
პირობების
payments for the
გაუმჯობესება, რაც
waste,
მოგეხსენება თანამედროვე
improving
რეალობაში
related
ძალიან
also to the
რთული
improving of the
სიტუაცია არის
working
და ბევრ
conditions, which
შემთხვევაში
is again in the
როგორც
present time
ზონები
is
არ არის
quite
დასული, ასევე არ არის
a difficult issue because the safety, work safety,
პროცესები დაცული
occupation safety,
და
health and
ბოლოს
safety should
პროდუქციის
be
ხარისხის და
considered,
რაც
of
რა თქმა უნდა
course.
უკვე
And
კონკურენციაზე
again,
მიუთითებს, რაც უფრო კონკურენტულ
the
გახდის
emphasis
თქვენ
is
საწარმოს,
also
რაც უფრო
done
მაღალი
made
ხარისხის
on the
პროდუქტი
improvement
გექნებათ
of the
ნაკლები
product
დანახარჯებით.
quality, which also means the increasing
საერთოდ
of the competitiveness. And your
რესურსეფექტური და სუფთა
competitiveness will be
წარმოების
increased if you have lower
ღონისძიებებში
costs,
შეიძლება
yeah?
ძირითადად გამოვყოთ
So
სამი
we can
ტიპის ღონისძიება, რაც
identify
კარგად უნდა
three
გავითვალისწინოთ.
main
პირველ რიგში
categories of
შეიძლება ეს იყოს
activities. This is
ფაქტიურად ღონისძიება ინვესტიციის გარეშე, რომელიც
This
არ
might be,
საჭიროებს
first of all,
არანაირ ფინანსურ
activities
დახმარებას
without
ან
any investments,
თარგმნის
requiring no
სახსრებით
investments,
რაღაცა
without own
თანხების
means,
ჩადებას და პირდაპირ უკავშირდება
and
კონკრეტულ
it is
ქმედებას,
directly related to
რომლის
specific
განხორციელების
activities,
შედეგად შეიძლება რესურსი, ენერგია ან სხვა
which
ტიპის
can
სარგებელი მივიღოთ.
optimize
და
the
ასე ვთქვათ, იგულისხმება, რომ ეს
resources,
კრიტიკულად
the input,
მნიშვნელოვანია და უნდა იქნეს განხორციელება რაც შეიძლება მალე.
and of course it's
მეორე
very
ტიპის
important to carry out
ღონისძიების
these
კატეგორია
activities
შეიძლება
very
იყოს, ასე ვთქვათ,
promptly.
დაბალბიუჯეტიანი
Category B, there might be
ღონისძიებები,
some
რასაც შეიძლება უგების
small
პერიოდი
budget
ჰქონდეს 1 წელი ან უფრო
categories,
ნაკლები
which might
რამოდენიმე
have
თვე
the
და საწარმოს
return
შეეძლოს
on
ეს
the capital
განახორციელოს
return
საკუთარი
period of 1
სახსრებით,
year.
ან თუნდაც
The company can make
გარკვეული
this
ფონდები თუ
small
გააჩნია ამ
scale
კუთხით, რომ
investments
განავითაროს საწარმო
out
და
of its own
ასე ვთქვათ, ჩადოთ
budget,
კონკრეტული
out of
ინვესტიციები
its
პერიოდულად იმისთვის, რომ
financial sources.
თანამედროვე ტექნოლოგიებით და
For example,
სხვა
to
პროცესებით
acquire
გააუმჯობესოს
the
პროდუქცია.
contemporary
აი ეს არის
technologies.
მეორე ტიპის,
This is a
ასე
second
ვთქვათ,
category,
მეორე
category
კატეგორია და
B.
ყველაზე უფრო მსხვილ კატეგორიას მიეკუთვნება დიდი
And
ინვესტიციები, რომლითაც
category C
გასაკვირველია
is the
შეიძლება
large
დაგჭირდეთ
investments,
გარე
major investments,
სახსრები, საჭირო რა თქმა უნდა
where
ბიზნეს
we will
გეგმა
need
იმისთვის რომ უფრო
the
დეტალურად განიხილოთ თუნდაც იგივე
external
უგების პერიოდი და
resources
სარგებლიანობა
attractive.
პროექტის და
And
ზუსტად გაითვალოს ის ყველაფერი ტექნიკური
of course
დეტალები,
the
ასევე
return
როგორც
period
დანაზოგები,
should be calculated,
ენერგიისა და
costs,
მასალების კუთხით, ასევე ფინანსური დანაზოგები.
cutting financial savings, energy
ამ
savings.
წყილში
This also
მოცემული
the
არის
base of
ერთ-ერთი
financial engineering
მაგალითი
should be
სქემატურობა,
switched here.
ციფრებს დიდი ყურადღება არ მიაქცევთ,
So
იქიდან გამომდინარე,
don't
რომ
pay
აქ უბრალოდ
attention
წარმოდგენია
much attention to
როგორი
the
შეიძლება
figures,
იყოს
but here
შემაჯამებელი ცხრილი,
here
სადაც წარმოდგენილი
it's a
იქნება,
very
გამოტანილი
typical
იქნება ის ჯამური
final
შედეგები,
matrix
კატეგორიების
table
მიხედვით
of
ჩამოწერილი, ყველა ის
what
ღონისძიება,
sort of
მაგალითად A
activity
კატეგორიის
should be
პირველი დაუშვათ 5 ღონისძიება
evaluated.
შეიძლება
For
იყოს A
example,
კატეგორიის, რომელსაც
there might
ნულოვანი
be
ინვესტიცია
5
აქვს, არ ჭირდება
activities of
არანაირი
category
ფინანსური
A, for
სახსრები
example,
და გარკვეული მოქმედებების შედეგად, მაგალითად,
and as
უბრალოდ
a result
გამკაცდეს
of, for
კონტროლი
example, just to making
კონკრეტულ
the control,
პროცესებზე,
stringent
შესაძლებელი
control
არის
over
კონკრეტული
the
დაზოგების მიღება
warehouses,
და
it might
შესაბამისად
be possible
ხედავთ
to do the
სარგებელიც
savings.
შეიძლება იყოს ფინანსური
So you might have financial
ინვესტიციის
savings,
გარეშე.
substantial, without any
შემდეგ შეიძლება
investment,
იყოს
without
ასევე
any
B-ან C
investment, it is
კატეგორია,
possible.
მცირე
There also
ინვესტიციანი
might be C
პროექტები და
category
ასევე
or really
მაღალი
small scale
ინვესტიციანი იმ შემთხვევაში თუ
investments,
გარკვეული წლების
and B
რაოდენობას არ
category
აჭარბებს ბუგების პერიოდი. ეს უკვე თვითონ საწარმოზეა დამოკიდებული რისკებზე, თუ რამდენად უღის თუ არა. და ზუსტად ეს ენერგეტიკული აუდიტი გვაძლევს იმის საშუალებას შევაფასოთ ჩვენ კონკრეტული ღონისძიება გვიღებს განახორციელოთ თუ არა. აი ეს იყო ძირითადად წინასწარ ყოფა, რაც მინდოდა მეთქვა. და აი ხლა უკვე შეგვიძლია ჩვენ გადავიდეთ იმ კონკრეტულ მაგალითებზე, სადაც ასე ვთქვათ, გასულ პერიოდში განხორციელებული პროექტების შედეგად მოხდა კონკრეტული დაზოგვების მიღება ბენეფიტების და ბატონო მოდართხო, რომ განაგრძოს კონკრეტულად რა შედეგები იყო მიღწეული და მე დაგეხმარებით გადავთავ სლაიდებს, როგორც მეტყვით.
I think that you can hear me, right? I would like to thank Mr. Georgi Abulasov. In 14-15, I was involved in this process. So we had various participants, SME and some large enterprises. So we had to explain what is meant under RECP, to give recommendations to enterprises before I go to the specific SME activities. I would like to say why RECP is so important for the industry. In '94, Georgia joined UN Framework Convention of Climate Change, and it has liability to reduce emissions, CO2 emissions. So that they have also taken responsibilities under the association agreement that in 21 our parliament has adopted certain plans and action plans from the energy efficiency point of view. Energy efficiency center of Georgia plays a very important role here. So there is control over the greenhouse CO2 emissions. And SMEs, of course, the large enterprises are very important from the point of view of CO2 emissions, but SME jointly in an aggregated way, they also produce quite large volumes of CO2. Some analysis has been carried out in many enterprises. And in Heidelberg-Caspi, this is cement production. The technology was replaced, fully replaced. This is almost absolutely new enterprise, a new production. So that everything is replaced. Because some people, you might even think that nothing works here because there are no smoke, no emissions. So the very serious reconstruction has been carried out, and its efficiency has been increased by 30%. Because they have introduced absolutely new technologies. They did not need already to vapor the cement during its production, and the quality, volumes of the production, quality of the production has increased, and the volume and quality has increased in the product. But generally speaking, I can say that the energy, in order to increase the energy efficiency, of course, some technical activities can be carried out. This is, of course, the again, replacement of the obsolete equipment with the new equipment, despite the fact that, for example, this ferrous metals factory, they have their own generator, energy generator, and they have So that so they have where he's talking about the kilowatts and energy and caloric and energetic values of the production. The second activities is also replacing the fuel, type of fuel, seeking the new resource, raw materials, resources with non-conventional, using non-conventional raw materials. Also the using and introducing the technologies for categorizing and waste separation. For example, here we can name the Cobuletti juice production. This is mostly citrus tangerine juices. So they were the part now they have to bury the waste of the fruit of tangerines, which is a serious problem for the environment. But so that. But now the replacement and optimization of the production is possible, and of course it will increase energy efficiency. I would also like to say that it's very important. Yeah, of course, sometimes very substantial investments need to be made in order to increase the energy efficiency, which sometimes is a problem for small enterprises. I would like to give an example. GF Group. They are producing tangerine. Their production tangerine juices, concentrated juices, which 100% of the production goes on export, is exported. They have procured the Italian production line. And it will increase. This line requires 1.5 million investment, which they do not have. And the factory's director has very interesting offers. He says that we would not been able to obtain such resources, and maybe financial resources, maybe the state help us to establish contact with possible investors or to lift, to give some tax holidays, region levies or taxes might be lifted. So in this case, the local municipalities or budget might subsidize these innovations of the production. So I mentioned some of the names, Heidelberg, juices, so they know how to. There are some success stories, ferrous metals factory. They already are aware how to reduce their costs. And there are many SMEs who do not have the appropriate knowledge, who do not have the trained and skilled personnel. So it is obvious that some of these enterprises need to be supported. Some technical support is needed so that they train their personnel. So, in other words, what can be done? What can be done in order to introduce energy efficient measures? I think so. So we need to have, of course, qualified experts so that who can assist and advise these enterprises on how to reduce energy carriers. And also we need to increase the awareness of the entrepreneurs, so that how they can decrease the cost, decrease the negative impact on pollution. I'm sure that we sometimes very often see how large enterprises sometimes work in such what an inefficient way they work, and they should probably, and I think the first stage would be that the state might put some restrictions on them, and they will have obligations to present some energy efficiency or resource efficiency or clean production plans. On the example of this couple of 2 or 3 enterprises, LTD Capital Group, for example, Ascanelli Brothers, this is winery. They function since 2000. 11,000 tons of water was consumed. 11,000 tons of water was used in order to produce the condensats, to cool down, and then this water was just discharged. It was catastrophic volumes of inappropriate consumption and use. So we looked at what was happening in the enterprise, and there is one common thing in all these enterprises: the condensate which is produced, it does not go, it's not recycled, it's completely ignored, and which is very, very significant volume. So we looked at various chemical processes. They have carried out 2 activities. I will ask Pote now to demonstrate the next slide. These are these 2 activities. The next one, this is amounts, 2,650 was utilized for returning condensate to the steam boiler, and the saving is less than 1 year has passed, and lots of saving has been carried out. So this installation of this closed system, condensation system, was quite expensive, 34,000. But 32 saving has already been obtained. Next slide. LTD Lagi. This is branch of Lagidze Waters, soft waters. They produce lemonade. They've been functioning since 2001. From Beliashvili Street today have moved to a new location at Tartari, and based on the recommendations, please the next slide. Here we see the savings. They had the steam boiler of the Soviet obsolete period, and now it was replaced with a new one, up-to-date model. And its efficiency is 90%, and So they didn't have this condensate returning mechanism. But now it's a closed cycle, it's a cyclic process. And here is the investments, savings. So the acquiring of this new steam boiler was 8,500. The saving is quite high. It enabled the enterprise to save energy resources of such volume that definitely the game was worth the candle. So the boiler was already obtained, installed, and it fully functions. Another enterprise. This is quite a small, modest dairy production. 11 people worked here. They used to have, they have problems related to the hot water, condensate returning, cooling. Heater, they used electric heater for heating water, and condensate was not returned. So all these three problems are now solved with very minor investments. They were sold with minor investments. Again, we see, so the investment was 585 euro, I think, 75. But the head chief of the enterprise is an engineer himself. He did something with his own hands. He did some blueprints, what was needed. And so with very small costs, low costs, they have obtained substantial savings. And they have about 28,000 kilowatts at energy, and they have expanded their production. This is cheese production in Tetricaro region, in one of the regions of Georgia. And I'm sure that the experts will will evaluate these innovations. So, and I would like to finalize my presentation here. I'm sure that the enterprises which are engaged from the very beginning and which obtain the experience will be well prepared to the new laws, new legislation, new amendments to the legislation which are pending, definitely pending. So that I'm sure that further savings can be carried out in the future. Thank you. Thank you. He's left. He's written in chat, and he will join us a bit later. If are there any questions because there were very specific cases and examples were discussed here. So unfortunately, it's not just legislation, but there are also some other factors impacting the energy efficiency. And starting from the next year, the tariffs for energy, for power, for gas and water will be increased. So it will be another motivation to look through our consumption of these resources, water, power, and gas. Once again, our greetings. We have a dairy in Signagi, and we have a boiler, water boiler, which is 1 ton. And pressure, gas pressure is very low. Low pressure of gas supply pressure is very low because it impedes the supply of the gas to the population. So there is a big problem, and it's not sufficient this pressure is not sufficient to heat the water to the appropriate degree. So what can be done here? Of course, we don't want to sell the boiler because we might need it in the future. Can I answer? Okay, it's very interesting.
It's excellent when they think about how to secure the supply. My real answer would be that it is better to go to the location, to the place, and see it there. Because Bakiri is my village, so it is our enterprise. So Bakiri is yours. Yes, Mr. Nodar. Yes. It's Nina's enterprise. So I saw that it was something different. Mr. Shalva. Yeah, Mr. Shalva. Gia Janashvili. You met Gia Janashvili. He's my father-in-law. Yes, we met him. And we, by the way, removed some of the elements from there in order to reduce the cost, to reduce. Yeah. I can propose the following. Just remove them, bring them to the university. I will see their characteristics, their properties, and of course we will prepare. We will let's say work on them, and then we send them back to you because we really want you to work on the natural gas. Thank you very much, Mr. Nodar, Ms. Nino. Mr. Nodar answered quite quickly, and so that's why we are here. You have very prompt answers. Everything requires to be investigated at the local place. When we speak about the different pressure and the testing of them using the different pressure, that is, really very important. It is very good that you already speak about the problems because such problems are always accompanying the process of the production, entrepreneurship. That's why we are here today, just to find the ways out. So maybe we also can elaborate some other recommendations in the course of the discussion. Yes, there are also some other problems. I know. Time by time, we are witnessing them, but none of them are so difficult that would not be improved. Yes. First of all, we should not impede the process of the production line. That is so important. With this respect, I think that we have the possibility to share more.
შემდეგი გვაქვს ჩვენ დღის წესრიგით
Next is, according to the agenda, we have the brief introduction and then
დიახ, თუ
presentation.
აქვს ვინმეს
As I
პრეზენტაცია,
see.
რა თქმა უნდა,
If
5 წუთს
anybody has the
გამოვყო, თუ
presentation,
არა
of
და
course,
ყველა
it's a great pleasure.
პრეზენტატორმა,
But
უბრალოდ
if
ყველა მონაწილემ რომ
not,
წარადგინოს თავისი თავი, რომ უკეთ გავიგოთ
maybe we
ვინ
need
რა
to make
სფეროში
some two
მოღვაწეობთ, რა
tables
გამოცდილება
in
გვაქვს,
order to know
მოკლედ
who
რომ
works where,
გავაცნოთ
in
თავი
which
ერთმანეთს,
field,
აი ამას
and then
მიეძღვნება
introduce to one
ეს
another
პირველი ნაწილი
ourselves.
გაცნობის დროის, რომელიც პირველ საათამდე
Because
შესვენებამდე, 20 წუთიან შესვენებამდე
before we
გასტანს
have the
და
break,
შეგვიძლია
because it
პრინციპში
will
დავიწყოთ
last until
გაცნობა.
1
თუ
o'clock.
აქვს ვინმეს პრეზენტაცია, რა
And
თქმა უნდა,
then,
5 წუთი
if
აქვს
you
წარსადგენად.
have presentation, please feel free, no problem. Kote, let's. I would like to ask you to moderate this portion. Yeah, or maybe we start with Ms. Nino because she already started presenting her company and herself. Please, Nino. Oh, excellent. Welcome again. We have the milk production, the enterprise of a small company in Vakiri, the Signari, the region. We have the medical company, the processing equipment. However, and as we see, we cannot work with this boiler because there is no enough pressure from the gas.
გასაგებია, პრინციპში მადლობა, ძირითადი ინფორმაცია გვაქვს უკვე საზარმოს შესახებ.
In the corner of our enterprise. Miss Nino. And then the others also. Please, very formal information. When you established your enterprise, how many people you have there, your staff, what is the turnover of the capacity of your company? Because we really need to disseminate this type of the information. Of course, I know, but it's better to all of us. We established in 2016, but we were recognized only in January of 2017 from the food agency. That because it is related to the food production. And of course, it depends on the season. As much milk we have, as much production we can put on in the market. So the users are always satisfied because they receive the product from the natural milk, and we always care about our consumers. About 200, 300 kilos of cheese at the current stage, but from spring until end of July, we have, of course, increased the amount. It's about 1 ton of cheese.
მადლობა. მოდით რომ არ გამომჭირს ანბანის მიხედვით ამ სიას გაუყვები ანა.
Let me go through the list by
და ხოლმე რომ შემდგომში სახელი და გვარი მიაწეროთ, რომ ზუსტად
please also put your name and last name under your icon here. Do you hear me? Welcome everybody. Anna Kmelava is my name. I'm from Pomaki. And I cannot hear her. She drives the car at the same time. I'm very sorry. I almost.
კარგით, მადლობა.
Okay, thank you very much.
ბატონო ბადურ.
Happy journey, he said.
გთხოვთ მიკროფონი ჩართოთ და შემდგომ.
Mr. John, please, Johnny or John. Johnny sounds very Georgian, must be Georgian.
ბატონო ბადურ, გესმით ჩვენი?
Oh, Mr. Badur. Mr. Badur, do you hear me?
დიახ.
Yes. Welcome everybody. Badur Chaidze is my name. I'm from Georgian Technical University. I'm a professor at Georgian University. Over many years, I've participated in many energy efficiency projects, their development, the implementation. Over the last 2 years, I haven't done any of such projects, I admit. But now I try to go back to this type of the job, just to have this certificate of the energy manager and to help promoting this type of the enterprises. I think that's all I can say. If there are any questions,
ბატონი
great
დიმიტრი,
pleasure.
თუ არ ვწდები, ეს არის
Mr.
ჯირის
Dimitri, this is
ქარხანა.
the dry fruit company. Yes, yes.
დიახ,
You
დიახ,
hear me?
ისმის
Yes, I
შეგიძლიათ
do.
ისაუბროთ.
And the others. Dimitri Otiashvili is my name. I am the head of the electricity department of the electricity operations, or the electric system. Maybe he wanted to say electric system at the dry fruit factory. Maybe you say a few words about the factory itself. We produce the dry fruit.
კარგით, მადლობა.
Thank you.
ელენე ღვინიანიძე.
Elena Ღვინიანიძე, please. Welcome. Elena Ღვινიანიძე is my name. I'm assistant of the UNIDO project, and I the worker at the Georgian Technical University at the faculty of ecology, and I'm really very happy having the opportunity to participate
ბატონი ევტიხი მაჭავარიანი.
Works as well as of this particular workshop. Mr. Evtixi Machavariani. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Evtixi Machavariani. I'm from the university. I'm a professor. I'm very old, like Badri. Yeah, before I participated in this type of the project during this Soviet time, we even introduced some of the technologies, energy saving technologies, but we do not have now such, I would say, large factories, etc. The presentations I have heard and seen today really are very, very interesting and important. And hopefully we can introduce such new approaches in these smaller enterprises. For instance, Mr. Nodar is sometimes busy. I can help him. I
ბატონი გიორგი ჯოხაძე.
support him. Mr. Georgi Johadze, please.
მანამდე ბატონ ევტიხის ნათქვამს დავაკომენტაროთ ბატონ ნოდარს ნაკლებად საწარმოებს ბატონ ევტიხი ერთად.
Mr. Nodar and Mr. Evtixi, yes, of course, you can work even together. Just a little people know about the processes, the chemical processes, about the transmission of heat, etc. Awareness, what is the pressure, what does it mean to have the good pressure in the gas pipe, etc., etc. Where we are losing the heat, the way we need to take care about enveloping, etc., and others. So, awareness raising is one of the most important issues. And if you need any assistance in this field, you really can use my expertise and my practical knowledge related to the use of electricity, energy, power, etc. Yeah, if the COVID-19 allows. Of course it will. Welcome everybody. Welcome. Georgi Johadze is my name. And I represent Kaizen Institute Georgia. That is the business consulting company. That is the international business consulting company. And our major specialization is the lean Kaizen management in the companies. The lean Kaizen, just to translate into Georgian, it means effective management. And why you have to get some interest regarding our project? Because we have very interesting approach related to the strategic development of the companies. It also includes the elimination of the loss in the companies. And one of the sources of the loss that is that management related to the energy efficiency as well as environmental the issues. So that is really very interesting topic. And uh, you always can use our experience from this field. So it's really very interesting, and
მადლობა.
it's very interesting to see
შემდეგი
so many
მონაწილე არის ბატონი
stakeholders
გიორგი
here.
მამუკაძე.
Mr. Georgi Mamukadze, next, please.
გამარჯობა.
Welcome, everybody. I work at the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture, at the Department of the Environmental the Impact Assessment, so-called EIA. This topic, of course, is very, very important, especially for us, because the best environmental practices to be introduced, to be established in our enterprises, that is excellent. It's a great, then it is very, very necessary. So our ministry is especially keen to develop this issue. So thank you very much indeed.
ბატონი გოჩა ღებრიშვილი.
Mr. Gocha Neprishvili, please. Good afternoon. I also would like, first of all, to express my gratitude to this project, to all the people who are involved here. For a certain period of time, I worked in one of the companies as the manager of the security and environmental protection, but of course now I have the great interest still from the angle of environmental protection, from the angle of the waste management, the procession of the waste, and of course I'll do my best, whatever I can.
ბატონი კახა ქარჩხაძე.
Mr. Kaha Karchkhadze. Welcome again. My name is Kaha Karchkhadze. Today I represent the company Biodiesel Georgia. It was established in 2018. First time in Georgia, in the entire region, we started the biodiesel production, which is alternative fuel. And of course, first of all, we would like to work for the secondary lubricants, the oil, secondary oil, their waste, whatever the lubricants and the oils we find, we convert them into the new fuel. And it is not only environmentally wise, but also it is quite cost effective, because the major component of its cost, that is the energy, the consumption. That's why we try to have very energy efficient our production, and our biodiesel production will be improved. We are progressing now. We already produce about 50 tons per month. We already produce more than 500 tons, and from burning 1 ton of diesel, you know that how much CO2 is the emitted in the air. It is quite clear to understand how important it is to save them. And I'm very happy to participate in this.
ქალბატონი ლალი ყიფშიძე.
Miss Lali Qipshidze, please.
ისმის იმედი მაქვს შემეხმა.
I hope you can hear me. Yes, we do. Welcome everybody. Lali Qipshidze is my name. I'm from Kaiser Institute, Georgia. I'm the founding director. Georgi Jokhadze already mentioned about our company. We are an international consulting firm, and at a global level, we are one of the donors, contributors of the UN fund. And we, of course, have the priority to reduce the harm to the nature. Our institute, as it works on the improvement of the processes and the reduction of the loss and using this moment, we can improve the productivity. When I heard the presenters here, I thought that they were working in our company because we have the same problems and we have the same situation. And of course, we understand how important it is. It's the Japanese approach, the Kaizen methodology. And you know how the Japanese, the people are absolutely very, very progressive because they try to reduce the spending of resources at any place, any corporation or company. So of course we need the joint effort and concerted
მადლობა.
approach. So thank you very
შემდეგი
much for
მონაწილე
inviting
ბატონი
me.
ლუკა ღარიბაშვილი.
Mr. Luka Garibashvili, the next participant. Welcome everybody. My name is Luka Garibashvili. I am from the Georgian Technical University, student of the Faculty of the Energy, and at the same time, I am the trainee of the Department of International Relations and the international projects from the Ministry of
მადლობა.
Environmental Protection and
ქალბატონი
Agriculture. Thank you.
მარიამი,
Miss
თუ არ ვხდები,
Mariam,
ეს არის
I think Miss
ნახევრფაბრიკატების
Mariam
საწარმო.
is from the enterprise, which is the half-made food. Miss Mariam, please. Welcome. I don't know whether you can hear me. My name is Bondo Bigeshidze from the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture. Unfortunately, I cannot hear many of you. Some of the voices I hear well, some of them not very well. I'd like to welcome all of you. It is excellent training, and I would like to assure you that this type of the activities are very important for our
ბატონო
future.
ბონდო,
We apologize, Mr. Bondo,
კარგი, გავაგრძელებ
for
შემდეგ.
the quality of the voice.
ქალბატონი მელიტა.
Miss Melita, please. Melita Takauri, welcome everybody. Maybe I'm one of the youngest participants of this training. I graduated at the European University. I'm a bachelor of the business development. I also had the training of the Municipal Development Fund. And currently, I work at the company EcoSpector. I am the specialist on the environmental protection. So that is a company which provides the certificates, and I do hope that I can get a very good experience through this workshop. Thank you, Melita.
ქალბატონი ნათია არაბიძე.
Miss Natia Laviza, please. Welcome everybody. First of all, let me express my gratitude and welcome all of you. I would like to thank to the speakers for the excellent the presentations. My name is Natia Arabica from the Georgian Technical University, Energy and Telecommunication Faculty. It's at for the heat energy, the department and associated professor. I'm the certified the manager, energy manager. I participated in the implementation of different projects, working on the evaluation of biomass by regions of Georgia. That was the last project that I worked for.
ქალბატონი ნინო ქაჩიური.
Miss Nino Kachiuri, please. Maybe I do not pronounce the last name properly, he says.
კარგით გადავალ შემდეგზე რატი
then I go to the next one.
ჯანიაშვილი.
Rati Janiashvili, please. Rati Janiashvili is my name. I graduated from Georgian Technical University. It's environmental engineering and security. I now also study as a master's degree for the same the profession. I always had great interest to the energy efficiency, especially if we consider it from the perspective of the environment and environmental protection. And it's a great pleasure to me because what you do now, what you discuss now, they are so important to make this topic more relevant, especially in the wider society. I also work on these systems because we really needed to introduce such the agents for the refrigerators which have no freon, and therefore it is excellent that I found myself in this particular conference. It is excellent for the awareness raising, and of course I will do my best.
Batoni Vano Tabatadze.
Mr. Vano Tabatadze, please. Welcome everybody. I graduated from Georgian Technical University, the Faculty of the Energy, both the bachelor's degree as well as the master's degree. I got there. And also now I'm engaged in the renewable energy development projects. I'm very happy having this opportunity to be with you today. As for the presentations, I found them incredibly interesting and demonstrative, I would say, showing the pros and cons, and, as well as the state of art or the state of play. So, as it is my direct profession, I'm involved very intensively in the similar kind of jobs. So thank you very much.
და შემდეგი არის ბატონი ზვიადი გოგოლაძე.
And the next is Zviad Gogoladze, please.
როგორც ბატონმა ზვიადმა მოიწერა 1 საათით დაგტოვებ და შემოგიერთდებით ასე რა შეიძლება.
მეორე ნაწილში მაშინ შევახსენებთ წარდგენას და დარჩენილი იყო ქალბატონი მარიამ ღვედაშვილი თუ არის ახლა აქ რომ წარადგინოს თავი, გვაქვს 2 წუთი დარჩენილი ზუსტად შესვენებამდე.
მოგესალმებით. მე გახლავართ მარინა ღვედაშვილი, კახეთი, დედოფლის წყაროდან.
I'm from Manana from Kakheti, Dedoplis Qaro. We have a small wine cellar, household wine cellar, and we produce we have biofarming, about 11-12 ton wine, and also we have some ready food from meats, beef, pork, and we also we consume gas. And my question was actually, I'm interested in saving the fuel, gas. Can you hear me? Yes, definitely, yes. I would like to thank you for giving me opportunity to participate in this project. And the presentations were definitely very interesting, so thank you.
კი, ბატონ მარი, მადლობა. კოტებ გონი დავასრულეთ ხო ამ ეტაპზე?
დაგვჭა ბატონი ზვიადი, რომელსაც დღის მეორე ნაწილში
left, so he will be joining us a bit later. So we will ask this question when he joins us. We have a break, 20 minutes. 20 past 1, please join us. And we will have more practical. It was preliminary, it was introduction. Now we'll be involved in more practical process. Okay, let's have a 20-minute break. Thank you. I think we can already start. We had some internet connection problems, but it's solved already. So we solved it during the break. So we have access to internet now.
Sergei? Ბატონო Sergei, მე მგონი შეიძლება რომ დავიწყოთ უკვე და
Okay, I think we can start talking about methods of clean production. Colleagues, please. Please switch off. The rest of you, please switch off the microphones. There is noise around. Sergei, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. I hope everybody had a nice coffee break, could take some rest. And now we are prepared to go ahead. And I try my best now to put your slides in a presentation mode. Could you, is now presentation mode on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, good, gentlemen and ladies. So let me start. And
მე მგონი სპიკერის რეჟიმშია. მომდევნო პრეზენტაცია, მომდევნო სლაიდებსაც აჩვენებს და პრინციპში მე დისკომფორტს არ მექმნის, მაგრამ შეიძლება.
მაგრამ ჯობია რომ ხო გადართოს პრეზენტატორის ვიუდან იგმაზე ჩვეულებრივ მომხმარებლად.
Can I continue?
მოდი კოტე შენ თვითონ უთხარი გადაერთე რა.
Sergei, can you switch on different view because now it is presentator view?
Okay, I'll see how it goes.
Maybe, yes, you try different. Maybe last one, yes. This one, maybe. Yes. Right one.
No, is it better now? No.
It's the same.
It's the same. Then I will probably go back. There's still something to learn.
Much better.
Yeah, I think it's better this way. And I'll check why it shows me in the Fremvisning modus. Okay, let me start. And the first presentation was about what is it about? What cleaner production or resource-efficient cleaner production is about? What is the main difference between traditional, conventional methods and approaches to environmental protection and environmental management, industrial industries, and resource-efficient cleaner production. We have heard, we have discussed already, and I tried to explain that in opposite to traditional, conventional, so-called end-of-pipe approaches, where we look at and address at consequences, we treat waste, we dispose waste, with clean waste. The cleaner production approach is about prevention, about looking at the source of a problem and trying to shoot the problem, trying to minimize the wastage, to see what is wrong in our production. Do we really need to generate waste? Could we do something else? Could we apply different techniques and technologies? This is about the essence of clean production. Now in this presentation, I would like to make a review of how are we going to develop our projects, how are we going to work, ending up with in-plant assessment reports, how we're going to develop our measures and projects. This is what I'm going to review in my presentation. And again, this presentation is a general presentation. Later on, during the day number 2, day number 3 of this working session, we will go deeper into details and we will focus on each important element of cleaner production approach, of resource-efficient cleaner production approach. But in this presentation, we will quickly jump from step to step and to receive just a general overview of how are we performing a resource-efficient cleaner production assessment, ending up in a list of measures, ending up in a well-structured in-plant assessment reports. First of all, we want probably to work with it on a systematic basis. It means that it's not a one-off project, but it's kind of should be a routine within a company. It should be a system that allows company to all the time, at any moment of the time, to observe its efficiency and effectiveness of its production processes, observe and keep control over waste flows, waste generation streams, and identify opportunity areas. In other words, identify where we could save most of all, where we could reduce environmental burden most of all, and focus on these areas of opportunities, and develop corrective measures, implement them, and achieve savings and environmental benefits. But we also, in this assessment, we should also keep in mind that the work doesn't finish with the development of an action plan. An action plan should be implemented, and then a new action plan should be prepared. So we need to have a system in your organization, at your organization, that also fits with other systems like accounting, like a system of production, system of reporting, and things like this, other management systems. So we need to develop a new system that also fits in your organization. In a way, the resource-efficient and cleaner production approach or process, it could be correlated with a generic management approach to a company, where we the so-called Deming circle. I don't know if you've heard about this, but this is the basis of a fundament to any management system. It's plan, do, check, and act. This is the core of management systems. And we could and if we want to integrate resource-efficient, cleaner production approach into your management system, we need to be sure that that we could correlate with this principle, with this basic principle. And this is actually an approach how to develop cleaner production projects, make an assessment, fits very well. We first make assessment, review of opportunities. We try to identify opportunity areas. This is kind of planning of our project. Then once we have developed measures, once we have developed an action plan, we strive to implement them, and this correlates well with this pillar, which is called do. Once we implement our measures, we want to see if we are effective in implementation of these measures, if we have achieved the earlier calculated assumed potential. And then we develop list of criteria or indicators, how we would compare theoretical assumptions and calculations with the actual savings, with actual benefits, with actual results. This is kind of checking. And then based on our results, evaluation of results, we take management decisions, what we want to do else. So this resource-efficient cleaner production assessment fits very well to management systems. But let me also get a bit in more details in how we are performing cleaner production assessment. Let me try to describe you each main step of this assessment. It is important because later on we will prepare assessment ourselves during this program, and we will go through all these main steps. So I hope you will listen to me, and if any questions arise, please let me know. I'll repeat and try to explain. The cleaner production assessment starts with planning and preparations. We are preparing ourselves, but we also prepare a company to this assessment. We inform management line, we inform engineers. Then we go into the production process. We go through each main step of production, look around, and we often would find opportunities immediately. And some of these opportunities would be quite obvious, quite easy to implement, would be low cost. And then we aim to implement as soon as possible those measures, those resource-efficient cleaner production measures that could be implemented quickly, that do not require detailed design, that do not require loan financing, that company afford it's by itself, and then we could enjoy savings as soon as possible. But some of the measures, of course, would be more technically advanced. They would require more deeper assessment, deeper review upon various criteria. And then we will go into more detailed and structured assessment to find out where we lose most of money where we produce most of waste, where we can save the most. And this will be done, we will use some tools for this detailed assessment and try to focus on the main issues. And once we have developed more in-depth study assessment for selected opportunity areas or selected measures, we also would see that some of the opportunity areas or some of the measures, they could be bundled, put together in a package. And maybe after detailed assessment, we will prepare an action plan where we would look into all kinds of aspects, technical aspects, environmental aspects. We would also look into economic aspects and not least how we're going to finance our action plan, our implementation program. And this is a circle. So circle that is in principle should never end. It should be a continuous circle leading to continual improvement. And the result would be more efficient production processes, more effective use of raw material, less wastage, less emissions, and less environmental impacts. Would also, most of companies that implemented cleaner production, they also report on some indirect benefits like improvement of quality of their final products, like better working conditions, less noise, better satisfaction of personnel, better involvement of employees in the production processes, etc. This is in general. Let me stop quickly into this main steps. So if I'm a consultant and approach a production company, and we have suggest that let me do a resource efficient clean production assessment. Could I do this without any planning, without any preparation? Possibly no. I should prepare myself, but also a company should prepare itself to this assessment to gain best results. We need to make sure that on the top level of a company there is commitment for reducing wastage, for performing this assessment, that I as an external person would have access to all needed information, that I would be able to visit a production site to see production in motion. I would be able to take measurements, and not least, probably most important, I would be able to speak to local staff, to engineers, to work floor, to management, to economists about problems or about opportunity areas. The companies that are most successful in development of integrated cleaner production, resource efficient cleaner production systems, they also report that they establish teams inside their company, a point responsible who report to the management and make actions. It is not like a lonely environmental manager who just sits and reports on emissions, on the quantity of waste, and has no authority within a company. No, to perform an effective cleaner production assessment, to implement cleaner production programs, we need also willingness and commitment inside the company. We also need some people that would drive this project inside the company. External people could advise, could make calculations, but a project at the end of the day will be implemented by company itself. So we need to, in a way, sell it to the company so that it will establish a necessary infrastructure that will underpin, that will support cleaner production assessment and implementation of cleaner production measures. Once we have secured commitment of a company to perform this assessment, we start the actual work. And the work starts with looking around where the company is, where we are, what is the baseline situation at the company, how much energy we consume, how much water we consume, what are the main elements of production processes. And we also do mapping of main sources of emissions. And we also look at the quantities. What are air emissions? What are quantities of waste in absolute terms, but also specific volumes, as per 1 ton of your production, as per for example, kilowatt hours per 1 ton of aluminium. So we try to establish some indicators that will tell us how large is pollution load, how large is the energy intensity or water consumption at your company. So we perform initial quick assessment of a company. We will, based on the collected information, we will prepare a so-called flow sheet of a company. In a way, this is a stepwise description of production processes, main production process, and plant utilities. And we will, once this is mapped, once this is prepared, we will plan a site visit. During this site visit, we will go through the production process. We will look around, try to see what is condition of equipment. For example, it's very common that in a modern company there would be one piece of obsolete of old equipment, which is a bottleneck. We will try to find those bottlenecks. We will try to see the housekeeping at the company, how much rubbish is spread around, how clean is production site. We will also see how the production process is organized. Is it a batch production, or it's a continual process that doesn't stop, which operates on a daily basis? We will also see some errors, some problems that are associated with the production, and we will immediately advise what could be done with it. We would probably want to do some basic measurements during the walkthrough to confirm the desktop statistics that we would receive from a company in advance. But during a walkthrough, it's not only about observation of production process. We would also want to speak to various levels at a company. If a company is very small, then most likely director of this company would also know about main issues, main challenges that the company faces. Director of the company would also probably know some most of figures, and also will let us know about priorities, about future plans of a company. But if a company is a little bit larger, if it has several production processes, then we would need to speak to several people. We would probably need to speak to process engineers. We would probably also like to speak to the work floor, to workers, ask them probably questions, how they do something, how they clean their equipment, do they use pressurized air, and things like this. We would probably also want to speak to economists, to accountant, to see how well waste use of raw materials is accounted and things like this. So a walkthrough is a very important and necessary element of initial assessment of a company, and it is not only about assessing technical or production process, but it's also about interviewing company specialists, collecting opinions and collecting facts, and trying to discuss with various levels at a company what goes wrong, why, what are the problems, and why this is a problem for a company. Once we have made walk through and have collected enough information, we will try to we will revert again to our process flow sheet. Remember, I told you that initially before we start initial screening or initial assessment of a company, we would try to aim to prepare a simplified process flow sheet. Then after a walkthrough, after a site visit, we will put extra details to this process flow sheet. We will probably find missing steps in production process. We will probably face some questions into information that we originally have received and could not correlate to what we have seen. But as a result of the site visit and data collection, we will try to quantify flows that come in and come out. At which step, what kind of inputs, what kind of energy, what kind of water is being used, and what goes out in terms of a product or a semi-product, or in terms of a waste emissions, wastewater. And we would try to attribute some figures to this flow sheet. This is a very interesting exercise. Sometimes we would not want to go into extra details in order not to lose right focus. Sometimes, as I told you, we would probably face questions that would need to be immediately resolved. On this process flow sheet, based on our analysis of initial information, we would find where we consume most of raw materials, at which step of production process we consume most of energy, and at which step of production process most of waste is generated. We would find out what are the most important issues, environmental impacts, and we would also try to quantify in terms of cubic meters, in terms of tons, in terms of concentrations. We, as a result of initial assessment, we should be able to actually to do two things. First of all, we would immediately able to locate some problems and possibilities to fix something, and we will report on this. That there are some immediate options for immediate improvements, quick measures or low-cost measures. But we would also be probably able to identify for ourselves most serious, most important areas of opportunities where we should look in more details, much closer, in order to gain maximum possible savings, because there is a rule of thumb that 70% of wastage is generated at 30% of emission points, or 30% of process steps. So there are always some steps, there are some places which are more responsible for losses, more responsible for the wastage than others, and we need to locate them. And this is done at the end of initial assessment. Then the next step, once we have located and identified opportunities, main opportunity areas, we would also define for ourselves some priorities for further work, for more detailed investigations or assessment, and we will perform this more detailed assessment of selected areas. For example, if we are working with a small metal processing company, a main area of opportunities could be a metal processing workshop, where most of the scale and metal strips are generated and wasted. So we need to look more deep in the areas where we see the potential. And this is an interesting exercise. We would try to balance in more details to balance inputs and outputs, to see if if our accounting system works well, or we leave some streams of waste unaccounted. And this would be an important indicator for us, is to go deeper into, try to understand what happens, why this is left unaccounted. The next slide shows you a very simple way of ranging results of mass and energy balance. This is an example from a real company, where we, together with the company staff, tried to make ranking of different waste streams, where we write down use of raw materials and quantity, which part of raw materials goes to wastewater or as a waste. We try to rank it in terms of quantities or volumes, but we also try to attribute costs and to see where we lose at the most. And this is a very interesting exercise, because there are lots of hidden costs in our rejects, in our byproducts, in our waste products. And based on our ranking, we would see that, for example, we lose most of our money with lost water, pre-treated water, which doesn't go into the production, but which is lost. And this is where we should focus our attention and understand the reason why. What is the reason why are we suffering from losses? And if we understand well a reason, then we are very close to finding a solution. And I would say that thanks to goodness, the cleaner production methodology has some standardized list of possible routes or reasons for the losses. We take this, we of course use this checklist. You will also receive such checklist, and we ask ourselves, okay, we lose a lot of deaerated or demineralized water. What is the reason? Is it because our production process requires this? Is it because we have a lack of automation, so that we lose a lot of? Is it something that nobody counts these losses, and this is why we are losing? Nobody keeps control over them. So we have a list and we ask ourselves, why is the reason? And try to find out of this list most realistic reason for suffering specific losses. And then once we found a reason for this or that waste stream, we can ask our questions. What could we do with this? Is it new technology that is required? Because current technology is outdated and our neighbors that produce the same do not suffer these costs? Or is it just a bad housekeeping in our company and we need to keep better control over what our employees are doing? Could we do something with raw materials? Could we use another raw materials? Or maybe if we have this, if we lose demineralized water, maybe we can recycle it and use another processes what currently goes down into a drain. So we also have some standardized practices or approaches how to solve problems. Once we have developed a list of possible options or possible measures, do we think that we can implement them? Probably not all of them. We first need to describe them. We need to see if they are feasible, and we need to see what savings we would receive, and if technically it is possible, and if any of these measures could be implemented immediately, or they would require very, very detailed studies that our company cannot afford, or implementation of a measure would require significant downtime in production process, which is also not good for my company. So we will do an integrated assessment, evaluation of each measure to find those who are feasible, those which meet our requirements for implementation. And sometimes we will do for most complex measures, we will do a feasibility assessment. Amongst others, we will see how these measures fit each other, if we could bundle them in a package, and what would happen with the total potential for savings. Would we achieve any synergy, or would we lose some savings because of coordinated implementation of measures. And a part of this technical feasibility would be technical evaluation. What new equipment is needed, how will it work, etc. Of course, economic evaluation. We would decide ourselves if we want to use a simple payback or more advanced economic parameters should be used. But most important at this stage would be attribute realistic costs for implementation and calculate realistic savings or benefits, so that once we monitor and measure, when it is implemented, the effect of this measure would be comparable with theoretical assumptions and calculations. With regards to environmental evaluations, we would probably need accurate methodologies, accurate parameters to accurately estimate waste reduction and effects of a measure on air, on water, on landscapes and things like this. So this is all subject for more detailed feasibility study. But then next will be implementation of our action plan, and we need to do some planning for to observe how we are going to implement, in which sequence, in which order, what time, what resources we need, how much, what would be the budget for implementation, and actually we would also would like later on, once an action program is implemented, we would like to monitor results. This is very important step in the cleanup, in the whole concept, because we want to see the real results, the actual benefits, and not only us as external consultants and engineers, but also company management would need report, would need to see how effective was their decision to implement, to perform a cleanup production assessment, and whether it's worthwhile to continue this work in future and develop new measures and implement new action plans. Therefore, it's important to develop a monitoring plan and follow this plan, advise the company on how to monitor the effects of our measures in an accurate and precise and methodologically right way against some specific indicators. And if we receive positive results, if we cut our costs and also achieve environmental benefits, improve quality of our product, then this has to be discussed at high level, presented to management, and one of clean production assessment should become a journey, should become a non-stop work, and this procedure should be integrated into in-house management system. So it should be a part of daily routines within the company. And a company policy, maybe company wants to establish a policy on the cleaner production, make a statement. This is also an important element to sustain future improvements. I think this is about the generic approach, the cleaner production, resource efficient and cleaner production assessment. Is it clear so far? Do you have any questions? Do you find it interesting, realistic, colleagues?
Thank you very much, Sergey. Thanks a lot indeed. Dear colleagues, I think that it was very well structured and very comprehensive information provided by Sergey, and you are not scared, I know, because of this quite, I would say, comprehensive information. Of course not at all, just the opposite. It was really very interesting. I have a question. Should I, in Georgian, if you would like, if not, you can raise a question in Georgian, it doesn't matter. It's up to you.
Actually, I don't have any questions. I have only my comment because we do represent a consulting company, lean management consulting company, which works through this PDCA cycle. And your approaches, we are very familiar to us. And we are already implementing these approaches in Georgian companies, not to say it's an easy step, but still it's possible. And your training material was delivered in a very comprehensive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, but maybe I can now visualize, show you some cases, some examples of how this clean production assessment works in reality, based on our real experience from real companies. Maybe it would be also interesting for you how theory works in practice. Let me now download new presentation. And this presentation, I would also like to ask my colleague Dmitry Laznenko from Ukraine to help me with this presentation. I will start, and then I hope Dmitry could also share his experience with cleaner production. Okay, but let me first, yeah. So this is, I will show some examples of cleaner production assessments. Oh, once again. Yeah. So another program wants to intervene. But let me give you some examples, few examples, how cleaner production or resource efficient cleaner production works in practice. As we mentioned, this is about taking a fresh and structured way about our production process. About we don't want to think like this is what we always do. This is how it is done everywhere.
Apologies for interrupting you again, but could you cancel sharing your screen and then share it again? Because we see your notification instead of the presentation.
Okay, I will. Just a moment. Stop sharing.
Mm-hmm.
And now again. Is it okay now?
Yes, and if you go at the bottom right and click there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. But then we will see
in presentation mode.
Yeah, but then we'll see it in a mode which is not very compatible.
I'm not sure of the language, but there should be to switch from presenter mode to full screen. Just because it's easier for the audience to read the text. If not, just in your normal presentation, as long as.
Yeah, and then we will try to fix it.
For the next session.
Yeah. Yeah, I think try next time. Why is it? Yeah. But could you see now the slide?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Let me continue. A cleaner production assessment requires fresh minds. we should forget about traditions. We should forget about that something should be stable. We should ask our question ourselves. We should, in a way, take a fresh look at our production process, about our business. We should ask questions that someone sometimes could think that they are stupid. Why do we do like this? Is it correct or wrong? Is it that everybody does, or is it just happens at our company? And these questions may be trivial, but they will drive us ahead. Now, let us look at one company. This is a real company where I've been myself, where we have developed together with the company a cleaner production assessment and found an interesting opportunity that I want to share with you. This is a food processing company that makes jams from Latvia. It was a part of a greening of industry program in Balticum. This company produces jams and suffers from uses a lot of water for cleaning its production line, and of course this water is then full of organic matter, of jam actually, and then it goes down the drain, and then the result is a high organic load in wastewaters. Until a certain time, it was municipality kept silent, but suddenly they started flagging and saying that no, we have old and obsolete wastewater, communal wastewater treatment plant. We cannot receive wastewater with such high biological oxygen demand. And they gave some certain deadline, 2 years deadline, until which the company was expected to solve this problem. Otherwise, they will have to pay very large fines. And then the company itself is not that large, and they found out that the local wastewater treatment plant would cost some money, and quite substantial amount of money, a lot of money for itself. Both initial investment, but also operation costs would be quite high, because they would need to use some chemicals. And they would also need to hire new staff to operate something which is completely new for this company. So they were thinking what to do, and they were faced a real challenge by the beginning of this greening of industry program. But the way they were thinking was towards cleaning of wastewaters. So so we started this resource efficient cleaner production assessment. Together we formed a team. There were 3 persons from a company. One was a chief process engineer, another was a environmental person, and there was also an economist that would help us with economic calculations.
Sorry. sorry,
გიორგი,
Sergey.
არის მის ჩემთან ჩემი პრობლემაა ნეტავი, აი ხალ შეწყდა ერთი წუთის წინ.
ხო, მე მგონი საერთო პრობლემა.
ჩემთან ისმის რაღაც.
ჩემთან არ გაწყვეტილა.
ჩემთანაც ისმის.
ლოკალური პრობლემაა, საერთოდ.
ქალბატონ ნანული, ქალბატონო ირმა, თქვენ გესმით ხმა სპიკერის.
გიორგი ბოლოს ისმოდა ოღონდ ინგლისურად, ქართული აღარ ისმოდა.
ხო, მეც ეგ დავაფიქსირე.
ანუ არ ისმოდა გიორგი.
ჩემთან ნორმალურად ისმის ყველაფერი.
აი ხლა ეს მესმის, თქვენ რო საუბრობთ.
აი ხლა
აბა ქალბატონ თქვენი ხმა ისმის ხმა. კი. არა, არის. ხო, კარგით, კი ბატონო.
ხოლო ქართული საუბრები ისმის.
მაშინ თქო სერგეის რო გამაგრძელოს. Sergey, I think we are done. Please go ahead.
We could continue. We are not done yet, but we could.
I mean, with the technical.
It's good. Yeah. Thank you, George, for fixing the problem. But so coming back to my story, is that we were looking at what could we do to prevent or minimize generation of wastewaters, and then we should really understand what is the reason why so much wastewater generates, and why there's so much polluted with so high biological oxygen demand, and maybe we could reduce the water use. Maybe we could we will try to see if is it correct to collect all the wastewaters from all the departments or all the production lines into one pipe, and then to send it to the discharge. Maybe some streams of wastewater are cleaner than another ones, and those cleaner ones could be recycled, or they are nearly clean and could be recycled into another into the production process. So to separate the ones that are really loaded with organic stuff from those that are only slightly polluted. So we try to separate the wastewater streams. It means that we could then send less water to the discharge. This was done. We have made a detailed process flow sheet. We found some cleaning processes and some process where there was used technological water, which is not then so much polluted, that could be put together and put back into the production process. So then we have achieved less flow of wastewater. We could save about 20% of water that goes down into the drain. But then the main problem still exists. Why is it there is a process where there is so high organic load in the water? And we found out that the main reason is that the company produces actually not one type of jam, but it produced jams from plums, it produced from strawberry, from apricots, so different types of jams. And once they put new jam into the production line, they need to clean their production line from rest products, from residues. And we found that this is actually the jam that residue in the pipes is the main source of this high content of organic load in the wastewater. Is it something we could do with it? We were questioning, but we were probably we are consultants. We don't know so much technological process for jam production. So we looked around for benchmarks and case studies, and we found a company in the United Kingdom, and this is true, that we also reported on the same problem. And they also reported about possible solution is to make deprive from water-based cleaning and make kind of a pigging of pipes with pressurized air. We spoke to them. We arranged a meeting with them, and they shared with us about with manufacture of such system, and we have done some calculations, and we were thinking we found very interesting and amazing results. That our calculations have shown that we would not just simply save on wastewaters, well, less quantities. The wastewaters will not just simply be less polluted, or organic load will not be such high, but we could also save some useful products, jam. We could recover jam from the lines, from the pipelines. We could save actually lots of money. About, as you see at the slide, we assume that the savings of the product would account about 14–16% of the total product. This was amazing, that we could also save and useful product and use it back. And actually, the company has implemented this project, and the wastewater treatment plant has been constructed, but much smaller quantity, much smaller in size. And the company actually had a very good project, and they reported on significant economic savings. So we fulfilled I think we achieved our aim, is to look at the wastewater treatment plant at last hand, as a last option. So this is one example of how cleaner production was implemented, was realized in practice. And this is example from first hand, because I was a part of this project. Now I want to give a chair to my colleague Dmitry, who would also share with his example of how a project could be, cleaner production assessment could be performed, and how a fresh look at production process could be made. So I'll try to give a chair to my colleague Dmitry Laznenko. Dmitry, please. Dmitry, can you hear me?
He's mute.
Oh, yes. Минутку. Я не пойму, управляю ли я экраном. Так, все. Добрый день, уважаемые участники тренинга. Я хотел бы представить вам пару примеров из нашего опыта, который был на реальных объектах. Первый пример – это пример из Республики Казахстан, медиаплавильный завод. Мы там работали с Сергеем, и наша задача заключалась в том, чтобы показать предприятиям на их конкретных объектах, как можно подходить к выявлению вот таких. Значит, и мы работали в таком режиме, когда у нас на обследование предприятия выделялся 1 день. Соответственно, одна из задач заключалась в том, чтобы максимально эффективно использовать имеющееся время как мы к этому подходили. Конечно же, прежде чем приступать к обследованию предприятия, мы очень детально прорабатывали имеющуюся информацию, отраслевые справочные документы, опыт подобных предприятий, для того, чтобы, когда мы уже приходим на предприятие, максимально быть готовыми к тому, к акценту внимания на ключевые вопросы, которые потенциально могут быть, содержать наибольший потенциал улучшений, ну и так далее, наиболее проблематичные. Мы подготавливали специальные шаблоны, которые могли упростить и оптимизировать работу по сбору информации. Работая непосредственно на объекте, максимально внимательно слушали сотрудников, задавали много вопросов, записывали комментарии, обрабатывали документацию, которая там нам была нужна, распределяли между собой задачи и так далее. По имеющейся информации мы анализировали материальные балансы технологических процессов, энергетические балансы. Опять же, вот подчеркну о том, что мы имели немного... Очень детально просто взять и все предприятие проанализировать. Поэтому одна из наших задач это было вот такое экспресс-выявление потенциала с наиболее проблемных мест и так далее. Вот. И после предварительной проработки справочной документации и опыта других предприятий нами было выделено ряд направлений, в которых содержался наибольший потенциал улучшений или как бы потенциально он мог там содержаться. Вот. Вы их видите на слайде. Сейчас я обращу внимание только на первом пункте. Это образование пыли и потеря с пылью ну, там, сырья и потенциально продукции. Значит, на данном предприятии при первичном ознакомлении с документацией мы обнаружили, что выбросы пыли на данном предприятии достигали 246 миллиграмм на метр кубический, в то время как на других предприятиях отрасли, ну, которые имеют хорошие современные технологии, этот показатель не превышал 50. Соответственно, такая ситуация уже привлекла наше внимание для более детального анализа. Более детальное рассмотрение уже характеристик источников показал нам, что один из наиболее крупных источников выбросов находится в отделении гранулирования шихты. На схеме, на слайде мы можем видеть это отделение. Вот здесь обогащенная руда поступает на приготовление шихты. После этого транспортером подается на гранулятор. И в гранулированном виде уже гранулы подаются в сушилку. В процессе сушки идет как раз образование пыли шихты, которая вот и представляла акцент нашего внимания и для предприятия, ну, хотел сказать проблему, но предприятие не видело в этом проблемы, потому что требования национального законодательства при этом нарушены не были. То есть и они, получается, работали вот в таком режиме, и для них вот с точки зрения нормативно-правовой, по сути, не было проблем, и они не акцентировали на это место своего внимания. Когда мы подошли к этому вопросу с более внимательным анализом, вот, то значит, мы обнаружили следующее. У нас на схеме мы видим сушилка и система очистки отходящих газов, газопылевой смеси, выбросов, которая поступает в циклон, где частично происходит улавливание пыли, а дальше водой. И вот здесь уже пыль, которая не была уловлена, происходил ее выброс в атмосферный воздух в количестве 85 тонн в год. А уловленная пыль отводилась в виде шлама на шламонакопитель в количестве 320 тонн в год. При этом, опять же, подчеркну, что требования национального законодательства нарушены не были. Вот. И когда мы эту ситуацию показали руководству предприятия во время обсуждения, то руководство не слишком озаботило эта проблема. Вот. После чего мы обратили внимание на то, что, по сути, вот эти выбросы пыли и потери с шламом, что пыль – это их сырье, это руда, которая прошла несколько стадий технологического процесса. И, по сути, вот вместе с пылью они теряют более 10 вагонов своего ценного сырья. И когда вот такая информация прозвучала в кабинете руководства, то это вызвало уже совершенно другую реакцию. Сначала даже они немножко не поверили. Вот. Хотя эти цифры по документам были подтверждены сотрудниками предприятия. И вот даже еще после того, как они посмотрели, вот Сергей у них спросил, знаете ли вы, сколько это стоит? Вот. И когда они сказали, да, знаем. И когда они увидели эти цифры уже в своем сырье в деньгах, то отношение кардинально изменилось к вот этой ситуации. Но дальше, конечно же, возникает вопрос, что можно сделать, да, вот, как подойти к этому вопросу, чтобы уменьшить данные выбросы и уменьшить потери. Для этого нами были проанализированы причины образования пыли и способы, как можно на это повлиять. Значит, на разных стадиях были выявлены следующие причины. Ну, первое – это мы проанализировали этап гранулирования и обнаружили, что гранулы образуются не одинакового размера. Очень много, ну, тут на фотографии как бы видно, не знаю, насколько хорошо, очень много мелких включений. И это, в общем-то, и плюс те, которые гранулы образуются, они имеют недостаточную прочность. И вот эти вот факторы, они приводят к тому, что во время сушки происходит повышенное пылеобразование. Для того, чтобы уменьшить вот эти факторы, нами было предложено применить другой связующий раствор на этапе гранулирования, который позволял получать более прочную гранулу и плюс повысить уровень контроля процесса гранулирования, вот, который может повысить именно вот равномерность гранулообразования. Ну, в детали сейчас, наверное, я не буду углубляться, учитывая ограниченность времени. Следующий шаг – это был анализ процесса уже пылеобразования непосредственно в самой сушилке. Вот. И там получается такая ситуация, что достаточно сильно влияет аэродинамический режим в самой сушилке. Вот. Чем больше скорость вот, воздуха внутри, тем больше пыли унос получается. И для того, чтобы вот, уменьшить вот этот фактор, минимизировать и стабилизировать вот этот режим аэродинамический, нами было предложено использование автоматического управления в мазутной печи, отходящие газы от которой использовались уже для сушки, соответственно, гранул в сушилке. Дальше также нами было выявлено, что существующая система очистки отходящих газов также имеет недостаточно высокую, скажем так, эффективность очистки. Вот, и это приводит к повышенному уже выбросу пыли. И плюс идет образование шлама за счет того, что используется мокрая система очистки. И для того, чтобы уже бороться, уменьшать вот эти факторы, нами было предложено перейти от мокрой системы очистки на сухую очистку. А именно вместо скрубера использовать рукавный фильтр. Вот на слайде сейчас на слайде показана эта схема предлагаемая. И таким образом вот этот комплекс мероприятий, он позволяет уменьшить выбросы пыли в атмосферный воздух ориентировочно на 80 тонн в год и вернуть назад в производство порядка 400 тонн в год, по сути, ценного сырья. Вот. Плюс еще дополнительные эффекты, которые при этом получает предприятие, это отказ от использования технической воды в данном отделении, не образуется шлам, который нужно было отводить на шламонакопитель, и уменьшаются экологические платежи. Вот такой был интересный, по моему мнению, один из примеров. Другой пример, который я хотел бы показать, это пример, который был на предприятии, машиностроительном предприятии Украины. И он показывает, как может внешний взгляд, такой свежим взглядом, когда человек смотрит, обнаружить какие-то резервы, которые предприятие не видит годами у себя. И этот случай был не с проектом, связанным с чистым производством. Здесь команда экспертов работала над разработкой экологической документации для предприятия в сфере водопользования. И один из цехов на предприятии, которые обследовали, это было гальваническое производство. Вот на слайде технологическая схема. Получается такая ситуация, когда сточные воды из гальванического производства отводились на станцию нейтрализации. На эту же собирались там в специальные емкости предварительно. На эту же станцию нейтрализации использовалась техническая вода для приготовления химических растворов. Эти растворы использовались уже для нейтрализации соответствующих стоков. Нейтрализация осуществлялась в реакторах специальных нейтрализации. Потом сточные воды, которые уже после нейтрализации отводились на отстаивание и фильтрование. После фильтрования гальванический шлам удалялся, уже передавался на утилизацию, а очищенная вода сбрасывалась в канализацию. Вот такая ситуация, которую увидели эксперты. И эксперты задали вопрос, можно ли использовать вместо технической воды для приготовления раствора.
Sorry, the people are talking, and so they need to. It's okay. It's okay now. ვიღაცა ლაპარაკო.
ჩემი მიკროფონიც გათიშული იყო, ახლა ჩავხტო, ისევ გამოგწაო.
მადლობა, მე მგონი შეგვიძლია განვაგრძოთ, ხო?
Я продолжу?
Да, Диах, Димитро, Диах.
Вот, значит, вот такая технологическая схема отделения нейтрализации, о котором я говорил. И эксперты, увидев эту ситуацию, у них возник вопрос, а можно ли сточные воды, которые образуются, уже очищенные, использовать вместо технической воды, вернуть их назад. Пообщавшись с представителями предприятия, было выяснено, что нет никаких причин, которые бы не позволяли это сделать. Предприятие работало уже это производство работало несколько десятков лет, и при этом никто не обращал внимания на вот такие вопросы. Когда проанализировали, а что нужно сделать для решения вот этой задачи, то выяснилось, что трубопровод с подачей технической воды проходит примерно в 10 метрах от емкости, которая собирает очищенные сточные воды. И в емкости имеется насос, который перекачивает эту воду. То есть с точки зрения технической достаточно было подсоединить трубопровод длиной примерно 10 метров, 2 задвижки и несколько часов рабочего времени. И в итоге получалось вот такое техническое решение, которое позволяло сэкономить предприятию до 4000 кубических метров технической воды в год и уменьшить соответствующее количество стоков в канализацию. Также интересным примером данной ситуации, по нашему мнению, является то, что данное мероприятие реализовано у них не было. Реализовано не было из-за того, что на предприятии не были созданы условия для реализации проектов чистого производства. То есть каждый участник этого процесса, даже инициаторы, наталкивались на нежелание где-то брать на себя дополнительную нагрузку и так далее. То есть вот такие, по нашему мнению, интересные примеры, которые показывают, как потенциал выявления, так и необходимость организационных вопросов, которые должны доводить до реализации. Спасибо.
Okay. Now floor is yours, Konstantin.
შემდეგ ჩვენ ვაგრძელებთ პრინციპში დღის წესრიგის მიხედვით.
We are continuing following our agenda. We want to present those participants who Sviat Gogoladze, who left us in the morning, but if you have joined the Zoom, so please introduce yourself and your company. My greetings. My greetings.
ვიდეოსაც ჩავყავ ამჟამად. მოგესალმებით. ესე იგი ჩვენ წარმოვადგენ თელეთის მეფრინველეობის ფაბრიკას.
I represent Teleti poultry, a chicken farm, poultry farm. This is agro sector. As for so when was it founded?
So we operate since 2014. It's a small enterprise. Yeah. We belong to this small company, sort of SME. We operate since 2014. About 15-20 people we have in our firm in Gardabani district. And we have some the plot of land, some the premises. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot.
დავასრულეთ კომპანიების
I
წარდგენა.
think we have already completed, yeah, introduction of the companies. And now it's a time for the homework or exercises. Yeah, homework. But Manana put in the chat some link. Also, she sent you your emails. Please don't forget to fill in the special form for the evaluation of this training. Yeah. So the questionnaire is in both languages. So just please, it is your feedback is really very important for us. And also the video link will be also sent to you by email as soon as the video is ready. Okay, Kote, now it's your time. I cannot hear Kote's voice. I could hear Georgi's voice. Do you hear it now? I don't know what's wrong with my computer. I heard Georgi's voice, but not Kote's. Do you hear my voice? I hear Kote's voice. By the way, this similar situation had the other participants. Frankly speaking, I don't know what is wrong there. I didn't change anything, Georgi. I don't know why I cannot hear it.
აბა გავითიშები და ცადეთ შენ.
ახლა თუ ისმის.
Do you hear me? Do you hear me now? Yeah, we
ჩემთან კარგად ისმის ყველას ხმა.
ნათია ისმის?
Natia, do you hear me?
ჩემთანაც ისმის.
I also can hear you. Yes. Do you all hear Georgi? Yes, they do. Maybe, Natia, I can offer you to listen to the English interpretation. Then you can listen to Kote in English. You know, the same happened with me. I just left it, and later on, it was corrected itself. I don't know what was wrong. Okay. Okay. At the end of the day, we are going to speak about very short homework, which we have until the next training day. Next training day will be conducted in the second half of January, on the second or third week of January. However, when the time approaches, we will let you know the exact date, exact time. But meanwhile, before we have the second day of working, in this slide, you can see the list of the specific homeworks, and you have to do them. You have to do your homework. The participants, the representatives of the companies, what is it about? From the second day of the training, we will divide the bigger group into the smaller groups. We select the enterprises and we group the people around those contact persons and the companies. Of course, the experts do their best just to provide the technical information, whatever is necessary for auditing, for the monitoring, and the technical experts try to derive the bulk of the information in order to analyze it afterwards, which is absolutely necessary for the report of RECP. So you can see the specific list here. It can be, for instance, about the structure of the company information, about the energy, as well as some costs, and if possible, and if company exists more than 3 years, they can take last 3 year data in order to calculate the average, the median. Also, the consumption of the materials, if possible, to identify the average price on them. It also can be the energies. What type of energy? Is it the gas? Is it the firewood, electricity, or what? As well as about the equipment, we might have there some data regarding the equipment, the model of it, the brand, etc. As well as the average of the consumption, the fees, the cost, uh, and we also may have the information like what type of waste is aggregated in the enterprise. What major equipments and processes are there which is producing the waste? And if it is possible to identify the value of that waste. So our expert might have some ideas regarding the problems, and then we need to make some joint analysis. Of course, the leaders, managers of the companies, they have the ideas, they have the data, they also know what type of the barriers they are facing there, and they also have the ideas how to solve them. Finally, we need to elaborate the specific the measures, the specific tests, and to develop it in a form of the recommendations by priorities, etc. It can be some for with a low budget or high budget. Therefore, it of course also requires some feasibility study. All of this information is quite desirable to start already in December to be collected, and then based or depending on your qualification, profession, information you obtain, you can select the desirable company, desirable enterprise, and just to redistribute yourselves among those enterprises. Of course, we will take into account your wishes, and also we will group the other participants, because finally we need the list of the experts related to the field, company, etc. And of course, that the basic information, which is absolutely necessary and is also accessible, should be taken from the enterprises. And in the second half of January, let's say about January 20, let's say, we need the information which you exchange among each other. So these items which are listed here as the homework, of course, you can send and communicate to us until January 20. But you also can do it in December, no problem. But we take into account the Christmas Eve, then the New Year Eve, and then we also have the Old New Year. So maybe until 14 January, we will not be so operational. And that's why we give you additional the week until January 20. Then, based on the data on your document, we go deeper and consider each and every case. Thank you very much, Kote. Thanks a lot. Are there any questions related to the homework? Because I have some questions. Sorry? Yes, Miss Lali, please. So when it comes to the selection of the company, we have to make the decision or how it happens because it was not very clear. Why not? Any company also can express your, let's say, willingness with which company you would like to work with. Maybe he wanted to say the experts and companies because in both cases he said company, company. And then if not, then we will see. And based on the background, we find or we match some companies with the experts. So the participants have already been selected, 10 or 12 companies. Kote, with your permission, let me intervene here. We speak about the companies which have been already selected beforehand, Ms. Lali. But as you raised this question, you do not have the list of those companies. So let's have some systemic approach to this part. Kote, please, after completion of this workshop, please send to each participant the list of the structured list of the companies. And also, please send to the companies the list of our experts, which we have already selected for this homework, because they both need comprehensive information for the selection. And please wait for the final decision because it might happen that maybe one in this the two experts need to work with one and the same company and vice versa. The company may select two companies may select one and the same expert. So we need to strike the balance. Okay, you just submit your proposal and wait for the decision. Also, how the information shall be selected. It is the case of Mr. Kote, Mr. Sergey, Mr. Dmitry. So, because we really need some sort of structured chart to be elaborated. In that format of the chart, they will provide the information because you know that some free narrating or the free approach would not be the good because we need some sample how to report it back because when they go to the enterprises they need some maybe special chart special table to put there the data they identify in the enterprise. And of course, we will have the one in the same the deadlines, deadlines for everything. When we have to provide you with a sample of the chart, when you have to, for instance, provide us with your report. First of all, decision about grouping and all the stages, all steps will be identified and together with the deadlines will be shared with the participants. And Mr. Nodar and Mr. Kote, they will be ready to collect the required information and provide you with the consultations using the telephone calls or some remote possibilities like internet, etc. Thank you very much. I have one question. May I? Of course, please. I'm not the representative of any company. So I would like to ask you what I can do in this homework. What can I do? I'm from Technical University and Mr. Bahadur. Thank you very much for the question because I said that I also have the questions. So your question help us to explain some of the vague issues. As mentioned, that the number one administrative issue is the communication or selection, let's say, or intercommunication between the company and the expert from the companies participating in our project. You have to select one of them, just one, and together with this company, you have to collect this information. Okay, now it's quite clear. So we have to develop subgroups, and then you together produce the information, collect the information, let's say this way. Yeah, and until January 20, you have to submit it. If many people would like to communicate with just one, we will redistribute it. You don't worry. We will do it because we do not leave any company without expert and vice versa. Thank you very much, Mr. Georgi. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, okay, it's clear. Now, dear colleagues,
ალბათონო მარიამ
შეიძლება ერთი სიტყვა დავამატო.
რენგან შემოდის რაღაც ხმა და თხოვთ მიკროფონი გატიშოთ.
გიორგი, ჩვენ დადებული გვაქვს
we already uploaded list of participants and we have there identified specifically who are the experts among them, and we also have the demo companies. We have down there list of demo companies, so you already can get acquainted with it. Who works in the milk company, who works in another one, so you all have them. You can see it in the Skype list, you can see it in your email communication, and you can find it in the Google Drive. So you have that. Just see, please, to have the idea. Okay, Manana, it's quite clear, but let's send them separately to their own email as an attached file, list of participants, participant companies separately, and list of the experts. Sergey asked just to give him 2 minutes to Dmitry for some the announcement or presentation. Please, Mr. Sergey, please feel free.
Thank you very much. Georgi, thank you very much, Konstantin. I just felt myself that it would be not polite with you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, if I would not just introduce a few words about myself, and if my colleague Dmitry Voznenko will not do the same. But just a few words about myself. I'm my first project on cleaner production dates from 1994 at a very large tube rolling plant in Ukraine, and the same holds also in the Netherlands. Since that, we have been running several projects and programs on cleaner production and resource efficient cleaner production in Russia, in Ukraine, in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, but not least in Georgia. And I think it's also a process of mutual learning that we try to spread our knowledge with our colleagues from Georgia, but we also learn a lot. This is very nice. It is my first experience with remote distant learning education, and we all have to adjust ourselves. It is always nice to see your faces and to have some interaction. So I welcome everybody who are prepared to put video on, and this would make our communication much easier. I think we go to work a lot together. My main focus will be give presentations and help you with the group work assignments, and my colleague Dmitry will work on a bit more on preparation of implant assessment reports. So I think altogether, our joint team, I think we're gonna develop, hope we're gonna develop nice, many and very interesting projects. Not least, the presentation that we narrate now, they are short version of presentations. We're going also upload complete versions of our presentations for those who are interested in all nuances of clinical production methodology. This is all. Dmitry, if you want to add a few words. Dmitry, пожалуйста.
Значит, меня зовут Дмитрий Возненко. Я
My name is Dmitry Loznenko. I translate it into English, it's better.
Кандидат технических наук.
I'm the candidate of the technical sciences.
Более 15 лет
More than 15 years
в сфере
I've been working
проектов
in the field of
направлений.
research projects like the Sergey already mentioned.
В том числе
including the
проектов чистого производства.
The project on the clean production.
В основном
Generally speaking,
в Украине,
I worked in Ukraine, and also some other countries of the former Soviet Union,
в Казахстане,
including Kazakhstan.
Есть определенный, опять же, опыт в
We also have some experience
программах по обучению представителей предприятий,
in teaching the representatives of the enterprises,
в подготовке проектов,
as well as the preparation of the projects.
Связанных со снижением нагрузки на окружающую
среду. Of course, the focused on the reduction of the cost as well as energy efficiency.
Финансовая техника, финансовая.
Financial, technical, the decisions, sort of feasibility study also was under my responsibility.
Помощью подготовки инвестиционных проектов.
As well as the supporting the investment projects to be prepared, drafted.
Ну, кратко, как-то так.
Very briefly, let's say this way. Thank you very much, Dimitro. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Are there is there anybody who would like to make some comments? Any comments? Mr. Georgi, with your permission, you know, it was very important to hear information about the works done and the approach which the companies have, how they investigated, how they learned, what type of proposal they got in order to have the better results. I also have the idea, for instance, that to have this type of the consideration more often for awareness raising, for better awareness of our enterprises, because they need to know what are the best approaches. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to the participants, to the speakers. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot indeed. It was really very, very interesting. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, I do. I do. I wanted to raise some question. It is more technical. We talked here about visiting the enterprise, when we also have some questions and answers and evaluation, whether you have the audit for some sample for the standardized sample, what questions we have to raise, what shall be the criteria for the evaluation, etc. So, okay, okay. Maybe this question goes to more Mr. Sergey and Mr. Dimitro and Kote and Mr. Nodar. Please, who would like to respond? One more question I would like to raise here. Maybe first we listen to the answer and then. Okay, let's allow them to respond to the first question.
Can I just thank you very much for the question. In our program, we have companies of different production profile. And of course, we ourselves as technical experts, we have experience with several companies, several technologies, but we are not a very deep experts in each technology. Our task is to help you to make analysis of your production process and to identify opportunity areas and develop measure. We do have a checklist for cleaner production actions or measures that give some standardized advices on how to develop a measure. But this is for you, those who want to make a systematic approach, a systematic assessment of your production process. Somebody wants to see if you have a specific problem, if there is any experience worldwide or somewhere else with solving this particular problem, and if there exists any specific technology that could solve your particular problem. There are also lots of cases and lots of best practice examples. If me or Georgi or Konstantin or Dmitry or other expert or Nodar will not have immediately in my mind an answer to your problem, then we would look into these cases and look into standard strategies, approaches, how to solve a specific problem, whether it's another raw materials, new technologies, shift of equipment, new type of re-specification of products, things like this. So this is the way we're gonna approach your problem and try to help. I think all experience show that in 95% of cases we are able to find solution, workable solution. But again, you gentlemen and ladies should understand that it is you who are the main expert on your production process. We are engineering consultants or teachers that have quite broad experience, but we are not specialized in any particular technology. Our task is to make analysis, make an assessment, and find a source of a problem, why this problem exists, and try to advice on potential possible solution.
მადლობა, ბატონ გიორგი, იმედია მიიღეთ პასუხი თუ?
Thank you. I think in the next days we will clear this issue in more details.
Yeah. We'll have during our training program, we will have several exciting moments. We will have group work where everybody will have opportunity to speak directly to both experts from the Energy Efficiency Center in Georgia and us trainers. And there will also be actual visits to your company to go together and to see what happens and what could be done to make a production more efficient. So we will have interactions. It's not only about lectures, but it's also a very significant focus at exchange of information and meeting together.
Thank you. So now we are in the beginning of our cooperation and not at the end. Therefore, of course, we can promote these communications and activities. It will be systematized, standardized. Anybody else would like to say something? Any other participant? Somebody wanted to say something, I remember. Or it was, okay, it was about the previous session, okay. So, in principle, I think we have exhausted already the agenda of our first meeting. So, we even finished earlier, unexpectedly for me. Again, let me remind you, let's say, it's not a request, we just would like to ask you to fill in the evaluation form, which we distributed by emails. Also, as far as I know, by both email as well as by some other the electronic forms, all of the documents. But the video and audio is not yet formatted. It requires certain time, but maybe not much time. But after completion of this workshop, we will provide you also with the video and audio recording. As I do not see anybody else willing to make some comments, Miss Nina wanted to say something. I also would like to say. With a great pleasure, I will host you in my enterprise, and when you come to my enterprise, of course you provide better advice, you provide better recommendations. We just welcome you. So please feel free to come to Signal. Thank you very much. Of course, we take into account the COVID situation. We had a lot of masks, so you can come. Thank you very much, Mr. Georgi. I would like to thank Mr. Sergey, Mr. Dimitri. They presented in an excellent manner and shared with us their experience. Also to our Georgian experts, because they had also very good presentations. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much to all of you, to the organizers, to the participants, and we also need to take into account what time of the year is now. It's a New Year Eve, that most probably will not meet each other this year in the same composition. However, we will meet each other next year. Therefore, on behalf of the project team, let me congratulate you with the Merry Christmas and the New Year. And I do hope that our colleagues from abroad enjoyed their holidays. And for us, we need one more week to work hard because we have later on Georgian the Christmas, and of course, I send you all of the best wishes, and through the joint work, through the concerted manner, we will win. And let's wish to say goodbye to a very hard and quite a difficult year of 2020, and hope for the best in 2021. I agree with Mr. Evtihi, and I also would like to join Mr. Evtihi's words to express my gratitude to our interpreters, Ms. Nanuli and Ms. Irma. Thanks a lot. We have already conducted many different online, and you are becoming sort of professionals. So please don't be surprised if they also can provide you with some advice in addition to the interpretation and translation. Mr. Georgi, we also have to thank to Miss Manana. Yes, of course, it is the team of the project. We, the team of the project, we are ready to continue working with you. That was the first meeting. I would say the very interesting. We have Tatiana, Roxana from the Foreign Office, and you know who we are. And very special thanks to Sergey and to Dimitro. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I just continued my my words, but I'm very much excited. I am very much excited to meeting you, new friends, new colleagues. Georgi, maybe we now need to turn on the video and make the screenshot. Liana, are you ready? I would like to ask everybody to turn on the video. Does Liana hear me? Liana, do you hear me? Manana, you have to fix your video because only part of your face is visible there.
აბა, ყველამ ჩართო? არა.
ქალბატონო
Are you there? Okay. I just especially turned it off, but Georgi asked to come back. Liana, please. Liana, are you there?
რამდენი ყოფილვართ რა თალაც?
Oh, so many we are here, Mr. Georgi says. Excellent, excellent. Kote, just as far as I know, Roxana also makes our screenshot. Thanks a lot. Just 1 second, somebody asks. Yeah, it's Manana. Thanks a lot. All the success. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And of course, we continue working together and we work with all the best wishes. All the best wishes